Good morning and welcome to the 25th meeting of the Education, Children and Young People Committee in 2025. We've received apologies this morning from Ross Greer, and I'd like to welcome Liz Smith and Rose McCall, who are joining us for part of this meeting. The first item of business, the committee is seeking an update on the Schools Residential Outdoor Education Scotland Bill, and can I welcome to the meeting the Minister, Natalie Dawn-Innes, Minister for Children, Young People and the Promise, and she's accompanied today by Scottish Government officials Saskia Cairns, Team Leader Learning for Sustainability and Outdoor Learning, Lewis Hedge, Deputy Director, Curriculum and Qualifications, and Kirsty McKerron, Solicitor, Legal Directorate. Minister, I understand you'd like to make an opening statement, so over to you.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, Convener and Committee. I welcome the opportunity today to further discuss Liz Smith's Members' Bill with Committee and to set out the work that I have undertaken to consider the areas of outstanding concern identified by Government and, importantly, also by you in your Stage 1 report. I also welcome the opportunity to reiterate the Scottish Government's support for outdoor learning, including residential education, and the work we're already delivering to improve provision and access. We recognise the important role played by residential outdoor education in a young person's development, and our support for these experiences, and indeed all forms of outdoor learning, is reflected in our Learning for Sustainability Action Plan. Our Scottish Outdoor Learning Strategic Working Group has been working over the last year to develop recommendations on how we and education delivery partners can further strengthen inclusive provision and access. And part of the group's considerations has included discussion around the valuable work underway by the Association of Heads of Outdoor Education and the Scottish Advisory Panel for Outdoor Education, with the support of Education Scotland, to develop a new quality residential framework, and this group is due to report to me shortly. The curriculum improvement cycle, led by Education Scotland, is already delivering systemic change, ensuring that key themes and context for learning, including sustainability and outdoor learning, are strengthened across the 3 to 18 curriculum. Members of the National Outdoor Learning Working Group have been informing this. And we're also funding partners to ensure ongoing delivery of specific learning for sustainability activities and outdoor learning programmes, and we're providing resources to support practitioners. This includes, for example, our work with the Scottish Advisory Panel to maintain the essential going out there guidance that helps schools keep off-site visits safe for all children and young people, and also, importantly, staff. Education Scotland is working with the Association of Heads of Outdoor Education Centres and the Scottish Advisory Panel for Outdoor Education to develop a training resource for outdoor centre instructors and support staff, so that children's experience is both impactful and enjoyable, but also tied to learning and education outcomes. Now, all of this work and the current delivery of residential outdoor education in many local authorities takes place and will continue to take place without any specific statutory requirements. Liz Smith, of course, has been pivotal in raising awareness of the benefit and the value of residential outdoor education for children and young people through her Members' Bill. That leadership in this bill has brought to the fore issues relating to inclusion, affordability and deliverability. And I have been seeking to address these key issues since Stage 1, liaising with members, with key stakeholders, and particularly the teaching trade unions and, of course, COSLA. Now, I'm happy to take questions and update you further on this work.
Thank you very much. So, just to start things off, by way of that update, can you just outline what amendments you've drafted as a government and the Minister to Liz Smith's private Members' Bill?
As I confirmed in the members' debate yesterday, I haven't at the moment drafted any amendments for the Ms Smith's Members' Bill. I did discuss areas for potential Stage 2 amendments with Liz Smith at our meeting on the 1st of July, at which she indicated she'd be open to a more targeted approach to funding and to changes in commencement provisions. However, I did make clear to Liz Smith at the time that procedurally we are not at the point where producing draft legal text of Stage 2 amendments is appropriate, and doing so would preempt the decision on the financial resolution.
Do you recall the evidence you gave to this committee on the 11th of June?
Yes.
Were you committed absolutely to bring forward amendments during the summer?
To discussing proposals for potential amendments.
Can I get on the this is Liz Smith's words. Can I get on the record that at the same meeting the Scottish Government will be doing the same, which is bringing forward proposed amendments? So I can read you the whole quote. Let's go back to what Liz Smith says. I will be bringing forward some proposed amendments. Can I get it on the record that At the same meeting, the Scottish Government will be doing the same thing and proposing amendments as this committee has requested. Your response, one word, was absolutely.
If that was the impression I gave, I do apologise to the committee. I have been given advice that, as I say, we are not at the appropriate time to be producing amendments because of the decision on the financial resolution. If I gave the impression that I would be bringing forward amendments, my intention was to discuss potential proposed amendments.
Do you accept that's more than giving an impression? That's given a cast-iron guarantee to a parliamentary committee that you would be doing that?
I have given my answer to the convener. Apologies if that was how that has came across.
But the committee was looking for this, and we got your reassurance in June that you were going to bring forward proposed amendments. The wording, there's no ambiguity in that at all. It's very clear.
I mean, I've given you my...
OK, so you have, and I welcome that. At any point after that meeting, did your officials tell you that perhaps the evidence you gave to the committee was incorrect?
No, but as I say, I have received advice that given the... and I'm happy to bring law officers in and around this
Mr Hedge, having
no,
heard...
sorry.
Oh, sorry, Miss McKerran. Having heard what the Minister said on the 11th of June, do you now have concerns about the commitment she gave that she would absolutely bring forward proposed amendments to meetings in the summer with Ms Smith?
From my understanding of the process in order to bring forward amendments at this stage, we're not quite at that stage yet.
My question, sorry, is more about the wording, and I can read it again, that the Minister gave on the 11th of June to this committee, a committee of this Parliament, that she would absolutely bring forward proposed amendments. Did anyone in the Minister's team say, actually, what you've just said is not possible? Because I think it's difficult for certainly me as convener of this committee to find out months later that a commitment given was never going to be realised.
I can bring Lewis in to provide further clarity.
Mr Hedge.
Thank you, Convener. So I think just reinforcing what the Minister said, getting to a point of negotiating on specific language around amendments would have been stepping into that part of stage 2 when we're preparing for a vote on amendments. That clearly happens after a financial resolution is lodged. And so to get into specific legal texts would have been stepping beyond the financial resolution point.
But the Minister told us she would do that.
So our advice was, do not present legal texts, but do, as the Minister did, have a detailed conversation around areas where amendments would be discussed and considered, which are the points that the Minister flagged there.
I think it's very contrary to what the Minister actually said in person to the committee. And I took great comfort from what you said, Minister. I was actually very encouraged by what you said and how you said it. And it seems that was never the intention. And I'm slightly concerned, having previously served as a Minister, when I appeared in front of a committee, if I said something that was incorrect, my team would normally say, maybe you should write back to the committee because you misspoke or the impression that you gave was not one that is reflected in what you can achieve. Others may look into that. Can I just get to where we were last night about the financial resolution? We are now just a couple of weeks away from that deadline of the 26th of September. When will Cabinet discuss this?
So I made clear last night the matter is subject to ongoing consideration and the Government will consider its position by the 26th of September. I have made clear that the work that the member in charge has undertaken over recent months and shared with me, as well as my own engagement and the work that my officials have been undertaking, will be used to inform this. I should make clear that this is not a government-supported bill. There is no formal requirement on government to provide support. However, I have continued to engage with Ms Smith. I've continued to provide requested information. I've continued to engage with key bodies. And the bill will go through the normal. This process will go through the normal cabinet process. I'm not able to give any further information around dates, but I can assure the committee that the decision will be made and announced prior to that 26th of September date.
But I mean, there must only be 2, potentially 3 cabinet meetings. Have you not been informed to present a paper to cabinet yet?
I can't discuss these processes. As I say, I'm happy to bring Kirsty in if you'd like some further information.
I'd just like to know when you, as the Minister responsible, who gave commitments to this committee to further progress this, who will have to make a statement of some kind on whether to agree a financial resolution or not, have been asked to present your findings and your position to Cabinet. Have you not been asked to do that yet?
I can't comment further on the ministerial decision-making process, Convener. I'm sorry. I can't give you any further information around that. I'm not sure if you would be able to provide any further clarity.
We'll come to Ms McKinnon in a minute. Are you saying you can't because you're not allowed to, or you won't? I'm not asking what your decision is going to be, although I'd like you to tell us if you will. I just simply want to know when the Cabinet are going to discuss this.
So, as I say, I cannot comment. It's not that I'm not willing to comment. This is part of the ministerial code that I cannot comment further on the decision-making processes.
I'm not sure that is part of the ministerial code.
Well,
actually,
if I could seek further clarity from.
Okay, Ms McKerron.
Yeah. If I can consult my notes just for one moment, please. Or in the interest of time, I'd be happy to write to committee.
No, I'm sorry if you know, this is quite an important question. We have maybe 2 Cabinet meetings left before the 26th of September. You can't honestly tell me. You could take a 50-50 punt even and guess which one it might be at. But you're suggesting that there's no knowledge within your department at the moment of when Cabinet are going to be asked to discuss this. And my whole point was going to be, well, what discussions have there been at Cabinet so far on this?
Mr Ross, that is not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting that I cannot give this information to the committee just now. As I say, there is a date that this decision must be made by, and I am committing to ensure that I will inform the member and the committee and Parliament about the decision that is taken. However, I cannot provide any more information around when that decision will be made at this moment in time.
But you know the time, but you can't tell this committee, or you don't know the
That's
time.
not what I'm saying. I'm
okay,
saying that I cannot comment further on the ministerial decision-making process.
Well, I think you can, and I think being called before a committee gives you the opportunity to do that, and that's why members are asking these questions. But if we're not going to get an answer, other members want to come in. I just briefly want to ask about the concerns that were raised last night about the undemocratic nature of the potential decision to not lodge a financial resolution. Do you understand the gravity of the decision you would be taking not to lodge a financial resolution, that it would be the first time in the history of devolution that the government have sought to strike down a bill using this procedure rather than listening to the will of Parliament, which overwhelmingly supported this bill at stage 1?
I understand the significance of this, and I don't want to preempt any decision around the financial resolution. What I can say is that the financial resolution is a legitimate and an important process that ensures that ministers can exercise our unique responsibility and accountability over the Scottish budget. As I think I said in the debate last night, this is not a power that is unique to Scotland. The Welsh Government, the UK Government have similar powers. This is, as I say, a legitimate and important process.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, Minister and officials. I have to say I am disappointed. I don't think that will come as a surprise to anyone or the Minister. And the Minister said last night that this is a process that exists elsewhere. But I think, if I may say so, there's a mischaracterisation of the process. The process is there, in my understanding, not for the government to block the will of Parliament, which has already decided the bill should progress to stage 2, but to set out what its understanding of the cost of that legislation would be, so that Parliament can make decisions on amendments to either manage cost in one way or another, and then ultimately to make a decision at stage 3. Not providing that information right now, I think, really is a dereliction of responsibility and a complete disregard for the will of this Parliament.
As I made clear during the stage 1 debate and in my engagement following that, there are issues that both government and There are issues that both Government and Committee raised legitimate concerns around the affordability of the bill. Now, these concerns remain unresolved, which is why we need to consider the affordability. As I've said, this process is in place to allow Scottish ministers final control over the Scottish budget. So,
Minister, I'm sorry, you've had 6 months nearly to make a decision about what you think what the minister thinks the costs are. The point is not for the financial resolution to be withheld because the government of the day consider that Parliament might want something but we can't afford it. The point of a financial resolution is for the government to say Parliament has said this bill should progress. If Parliament progresses to stage 2 and stage 3, Parliament needs to be aware that these are the costs that our government has assessed as attached to the bill. So, again, I still think there's a mischaracterisation of the process.
But there are costs attached to the bill which still remain unknown. The process helps Parliament to not walk into unknown costs. Of course, Ms Smith has worked to bring the cost of the bill down, but there still remain those clear outstanding concerns around the unknown affordability of certain measures, such as the workforce implications, such as support for children with additional support needs, such as capital costs to improve the infrastructure. There are a number of matters that haven't been taken into account, all of which I have asked Ms Smith to address, and these concerns remain outstanding. So I think Parliament needs to be clear, yes, of course, on we can gather data and, around the costs that have been put forward, but there would be more time needed to gather the data and...
Well, I'm sorry, Minister, but the timescales that have been assessed as being appropriate have been assessed since this Parliament was set up, and as you've quite rightly pointed out, other Parliaments use the same process. So if the Government can't figure out these costs within 6 months in negotiations with the member, why hasn't the Government done that?
I'm sorry, Ms Duncan-Glancy, it's not Government's responsibility to figure out the cost for this bill. This is a member's bill. The responsibility lies with the member to bring the costs of the final cost of the bill and the implications to Parliament or to Government in order to help inform our decision around a financial resolution. I know that Liz Smith has worked to address some of these costs, but as I say, in terms of things like the workforce implications, there has been no engagement by Ms Smith with the trade unions to hear the concerns around that, to consider the costs that could be attached to that. So there are still a number of unknowns, and as I say, this process is in place. It's a legitimate process to help ensure that Parliament does not walk into a scenario of unknown costs. We have the costs attached to the bill at the moment, but our estimations are that those will grow rapidly based on a number of the issues that remain outstanding.
I only have one final question and a comment. I mean, the notion that this Parliament hasn't already in this session been asked to support bills with unknown costs is not necessarily the case, if I'm honest. However, finally then, what analysis has the Government done since the commitment was made to this committee to look at this on, in particular, any costs associated with ensuring pupils with ASN could enjoy the rights as Parliament has intended them to through this piece of legislation?
So there has been, and I'll bring Saskia in a second to maybe speak to some of the further work that has been done. We did engage with stakeholders around this. We have attached, we have some estimates that, I should start at the beginning. We know that the issues around supporting children with additional support needs are highly complex in relation to residential outdoor education. There are a number of children and young people out there with a varying degree of support needs. We know that some outdoor residential education centres are already well equipped to help support children, but we know that that's not the case across the board, and some initial analysis has shown us that some of the centres are not. In fact, this came up with some of my engagement through the process as well, that some of the centres are not fully equipped to fully support children with a range of additional support needs. We also know that the costs attached, and again this is variable, but the costs attached for supporting children with additional support needs to attend these residential trips can be up to £1,000 per child. But again, I think more work needs done on that. I know that Ms Smith brought forward proposals and I think attached a £1.5 million figure to the cost for supporting children with additional support needs. However, I believe that that estimate was based solely on special schools and not children in mainstream schools, and we know there are a number of children in mainstream schools with additional support needs. So I believe that cost would be higher than that. And there's also an issue around staffing for supporting children with additional support needs, because we know that in terms of staff ratios there may need to be more than one member of staff dependent on a child's or young person's needs. So there has been work done on this, but I believe, and again I don't think the time frame quite fits in terms of fully understanding the implications around this. But if I could bring Saskia...
Sorry, can I just say on the time frame then, will you complete that work within the next fortnight?
No, again, it wouldn't fall on government to complete that work. This is a members' bill. I have been clear about what government has done, and we have made efforts. As I say, if I could bring Saskia in, if there's anything that I've missed.
I think you've covered most of the main points there, Minister, but I suppose one of the other pieces of work from which the Minister was drawing some evidence there was our earlier engagement in March of this year with the National Complex Needs Network, where we spoke to them about the implications of the bill, and that's where we had the anecdotal evidence of the range of costs could be in excess of £1,000 per pupil, additional costs for adjustments to be made. And there were other insights from those discussions that came through as well, to do with things around travel and the availability capacity of the centres in Scotland to accommodate for complex and pupils with multiple support needs, meaning that sometimes they have to actually travel down to centres in England in order to be able to participate in the visits. But I think the Minister's covered the main points on the overall. And
the status quo really isn't acceptable for pupils with ASN, which is why I think the legislation is crucial. And so I hope that within the next 14 days or however many we've got, for the government to find the resolution that the advice the Minister puts up to Cabinet will include that it is necessary to level the playing field for pupils with additional support needs. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I'm going to take Liz Smith in at this point.
Thank you. Just one question from me, Minister, but before I come to that, can I get some clarity? Throughout the Stage 1 process, the Government assured me that their position was neutral on this bill. In an answer to the convener this morning, you said that this is not a government-supported bill. When did you change your position?
By government-supported bill, sorry, Ms Smith, I mean that we abstained on the bill. This is not a government-led bill. This is a members' bill. Thereby, responsibility to work out the costings and the affordability does rest with yourself as the member in charge.
So, on the word supported, you meant led?
Yes, but could I maybe just bring in for clarity, because I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Yes, the government was neutral at Stage 1 in terms of the vote. If it had been a vote in favour, then there might have been a discussion around making this a government-supported bill, in which case we would have mobilised resource to support the member in charge. But that was not the case here, and therefore, as the Minister was saying, it is not something that has been extensively resourced from the government side in the way that we might have done on a government-led piece of legislation.
Okay, thank you. Minister, you've told me, I don't know how many times, that this bill is not affordable. What is the total that the Scottish Government believes is affordable?
I don't believe that, given the current financial context that we're in, that I can sit here and tell you a figure that is affordable. Introducing any new duties to fund in the current financial context forces difficult choices about what to defund in order to accommodate new expenditure. And I think this difficulty is compounded by the fact that, as I've already said, the total potential cost of the provisions are not clear due to outstanding gaps in the data available. So, you know, even if I was to say a figure, there would still be unknown costs attached to that figure, so that figure would still rise. So it's very difficult to produce any form of figure that is affordable.
Is it correct that the Scottish Government is considering non-statutory proposals that cost £8 million and maybe a little bit more.
Sorry, Ms Smith, are you referring to the pilot approach?
Well, that's been suggested, although that's never been formally discussed with me as the member, but I understand it's on the public record that that is something that the Scottish Government is considering. Is that correct for the total?
I believe the total was from 5 to 6 million, but I could be wrong on that. But I think what's clear is, a non-legislative pilot would represent a significant lower initial cost. Government would have control over how and when any such financial implications would be incurred against the budget, so that I think this would provide a greater level of certainty. A non-legislative pilot approach also doesn't necessarily represent a recurring annual budget implication, and equally would give government the time to learn. I've spoken this morning about the gaps in the data, and that's something that I think we're already working to overcome and want to overcome, and I think this would give us the necessary time to do so. Creating a new statutory obligation for, as I've said, an unknown total potential recurring annual cost is a significant risk that I and ministers have a responsibility to consider. So
How would the policy of inclusion for the Scottish Government, which means, as I understand it, that we should be doing everything possible for every young person, how would that fit with a pilot that would obviously only address one particular area, one particular school, or whatever the government came up with?
Well, because it would ensure, if the pilot approach was the way that was decided to be taken, it would ensure, as I say, it would ensure that control. And I agree, of course, it would only cover a certain number of children and young people, but it would allow us to do the necessary working to gather the necessary data, so that if national rollout did follow, that no children and young people were missing out. I would put that back to Liz Smith. I believe that the current bill as drafted doesn't fit in with that, because there absolutely will be children and young people who will miss out on these opportunities as the bill is currently drafted.
Can we move to John Mason?
Thanks, Convener. Well, you obviously heard what I said last night, Minister. It does seem to me that compared to other bills, this bill is all about money. Money is very central, whereas sometimes we have members' bills where money is more at the periphery. I'm interested in this pilot, but we haven't got time to go into that today. But my question really is there room for compromise in this? If the government has got 5 or 6 million available, could that kind of money not be used to top up what is presently happening, so that lots of parents are paying for their kids to go? So the real problem, it seems to me, is can we get money to the families, to the kids that can't afford to go? And that 5 or 6 million would make a huge difference. I accept it would have to be every year, not just for 1 year. So, could the government not make some kind of offer? We'll put in 5 to 6 million every year for 10 years or whatever, on the condition that Liz Smith pulls her bill.
So I obviously can't speak for Liz Smith. I don't know if that would be something that...
I just meant, could you make that offer?
Well, I would be clear. So the 5 to 6 million, government doesn't just have £5 to £6 million, spare to put forward for this. Any funding or money is subject to the budget process. So, as I've said, government has been working, as a side to the work on the bill, on a potential non-legislative pilot approach. And if that was taken forward, the budget for that would have to be negotiated and considered through the budgetary process. So that's, that the points that Mr Mason makes are relevant, but I think these would need to be, again, perhaps preempting the financial resolution, and could be discussed in approach to a pilot approach. In terms of, I'm sorry, I'm not aware if a bill could be pulled at this stage. I might need to seek further clarity around that.
Fall if you do nothing.
Sorry, Mr Mason asked.
I know, but so it will effectively be done.
If a financial resolution isn't produced, yes, that is the case.
Yeah. Okay. Miles Briggs.
Good morning, Minister. Good morning to your officials. I have to say, I find this morning, very disappointing. And I think anyone watching this and the debate last night would get the impression the government's just running the clock down. So I really hope the Minister will go away from this meeting and really think again on what powers she has and where the Scottish Government are. And I'm concerned because conversations around a non-legislative solution are obviously the government looking at alternative funding mechanisms, but haven't done the work with the member on what that could look like. So can I ask why the government have dedicated time to that and not working with the member?
Sorry, why have government directed time?
You've outlined 5 to 6 million potentially for a non-legislative approach to this bill as a pilot, but not worked with the member to look at costings for the bill which is in front of Parliament, which Parliament has supported. I find that very strange that that work's been done behind the scenes, but not costing work with the member.
Well,
themselves.
I have continued to engage with the member. I've had, I think, 3 meetings with Ms Smith since stage 1. I have had over, I think, 10 letters of correspondence between us. I have provided statistical information to the member when she has asked for it. I think, you know, we have tried to work with the member as much as possible. However, given the significance around the decision and obviously the affordability issues that have been raised, I thought it was appropriate to come up with another form of approach that could be taken should this remain, considering the decision based on the financial resolution. And what I would say is, I think actually a lot of the working around the pilot approach goes hand in hand with work to inform the approach to the Members' Bill. You know, I think there are a number of issues that we have looked at in relation to a pilot approach, and I'll perhaps bring Saskia in to speak about the pilot approach a little further, or Lewis, whoever would like to come in. But I think there are a number of issues that are helping to inform the decision around the financial resolution. So I don't see those two things in isolation. I see the work in relation to the pilot approach helpful in terms of informing the government's final decision on the resolution.
I'll pick that up first and then continue.
Sure.
So just to build on that, and I might bring Saskia in terms of some of the detail to answer that question around, I suppose, why government's doing work on alternative proposals. So that is also part of our process of thinking through. There's a bill in front of us. How can we make it work? So a lot of the themes that have been shared in the context of a potential pilot actually go to some of the areas for potential amendments that the Minister discussed with the member in charge. So, for example, phased implementation, kind of commencement dates, looking at a more targeted approach that would address some of the areas of kind of greater need among young people out there. And things like addressing the data where we know that there are gaps, which we're not going to solve through sort of a 6-month data gathering exercise, because you need a bit more monitoring, evaluation and kind of robustness in order to support a strong business case. So similar themes there in terms of how can we make this bill work, but also, you know, various ways of recognising the will of Parliament there, potentially in the non-statutory space if we were to end up in that position.
So, if I'm hearing you right, there has been then detailed work undertaken around projected costs. The members put forward a suggestion around amending the bill to target provision towards primary 6 and 7. Have you costed that then as a government? Is that what you're telling the committee today? So we do know potential projections. And in terms of a pilot, have you spoken to councils like my own here in Edinburgh, who already do this policy, and the costs because I don't think we need a pilot, we can just actually find out what they're spending as one of Scotland's largest councils to deliver outdoor education for our young people. So I just wondered how detailed that work actually is, and why that actual costing's not then been either shared with the member or the committee as well.
Yeah, so there are a couple of things there, if that's okay, Minister. So I think on the modelling we've been able to do is based on the information provided by the member in charge, and as the Minister has already highlighted, there are a number of known and quite significant potential kind of gaps in that. So there's no new data, there's no new analysis that we're not sharing in that space. On the point around looking at Edinburgh Council, which yes, indeed is a highlight of some of that great practice that again the Minister was talking about earlier, there is something in there around. You know, each local area will be different, both in terms of its composition, you know, the needs of its young people, the accessibility of opportunities as well. And that comes back to the the fact that local government runs schools, government doesn't, and we've heard about the position of COSLA in this space as well.
And so I'm not sure I'm clear in terms of the detailed costings of all the potential alternatives. You've done that work, and that could be provided to the committee and to the member to actually get to that financial point.
So we've made some broad assumptions about, and again caveating with the known unknowns about the total costs. If we were to base targeting on again some of the areas that the Minister discussed with the member in charge around links to benefits or other ways of targeting, what might that look like hypothetically? But again, that's based on data for which we don't have full assurance.
Yeah. And just finally, and this is for the Minister, what message do you think it would send out if this bill does fall, not only for the democratic will of Parliament, but also to the outdoor education community, who I think have put a lot of hard work into this bill, and there's a huge amount of support out there for this, and I think excitement, actually, that the government would allow this to fall in this manner?
Again, I don't want to preempt a decision. However, I would say, and I've been very clear and emphasised my support for the outdoor residential groups. I have alluded to in my opening statement a number of actions and areas where the government are already working to support the residential outdoor sector. So again, I don't want to preempt the decision, but I would just emphasise my support for this sector, my understanding of the difference that it makes, that residential trips can make for children and young people. We discussed that at length at the last committee, and I'll leave it there for just now.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Convener.
Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister. You said in your opening statement that you'd liaised with COSLA and local authorities and unions. Can you maybe tell us how those meetings went?
Yes,
what the
of course.
Outcomes were?
So I met with COSLA, who had some great concerns around the bill, specifically around, again, the lack of data around affordability, the issues around supporting children with additional support needs, probably biggest of all, the workforce implications that have not been addressed or costed. I have also, in my meeting with the trade unions, I heard a lot of concerns around this. It has been assumed that teachers will continue to do this on a voluntary basis, but we know that once something is brought into statute, that might not be the case, and I've heard that directly from some of those organisations. I believe the committee heard that at times teachers are advised not to do things on a voluntary basis. So I think that's an issue, especially if the bill becomes statute. The teachers' unions were very keen to engage with Ms Smith around this, not to discuss negotiations or anything like that, but just to allay a lot of their concerns around the assumptions in this bill and around the implications for the workforce.
And did they? Do you know? With Ms Smith?
Oh, sorry, I'm not aware. The last I knew, I wasn't, but I'm not.
It sounds like they are saying what they said to us during the stage one, where things are voluntary but not voluntary, and I don't think matters were addressed then about if they had caring responsibilities, for example, how that would be addressed, but I'm going off topic a little bit.
No, but I think that's a very important point, because that is so. There may be teachers who are simply unable to attend week-long residentials if they have young children, caring responsibilities. So I think that's a really relevant point that the member raises.
Yeah. You said that COSLA has grave concerns about the cost of implementing the bill. That they don't know what the total cost is. So And I know, coming from a local government background, that if the local government are asked to do something by the Scottish Government, they end up expecting to be funded wholly by the government and not just part. And would that be the case in this time as well?
Well, that hasn't been decided on directly. Again, I think that in a sense sort of preempts the decision on the financial resolution, but absolutely that is the case. And again, I think that brings us back to some of the unknowns around the costings for the bill. At the moment, some local authorities, and I appreciate there are a number of avenues of funding that perhaps direct this. We know, for example, pupil equity funding does cover some of the costs for children and young people. But yes, we know that local authorities are currently paying for children to go on residential trips. That may not be the case when this becomes statute, and a prime example of that is the 1140 hours. When that was rolled out, there was, I think, hefty negotiations around the costings for that. So that has to be a key consideration as well, Ms Dunbar.
So my final question is, if we did have to change the teachers' terms and conditions to meet the bill, because that's what the teachers were telling us we would have to do, have you got a rough idea of what the costs attached would be? But what would the process be to do that as well?
I couldn't give a figure on the cost. I don't know if officials would be able to expand on that, but I don't think we can give a figure on the cost. But this would be the regular sort of process for negotiations between COSLA and local government. It would be negotiations through the SNCT, and obviously ministers. That would be at a later date. So I couldn't attach a cost to that. That's that standard process for teacher contract negotiations.
So, sorry, I never quite caught what the process would be. Could you say that again?
It would be the standard process between local government, between COSLA and local government and the SNCT who would negotiate the contracts. Okay. But I don't know if you could maybe expand on that a little further.
Okay. So I think the SNCT has been mentioned as the tripartite body between Scottish Government, COSLA as the employer organisations and trade unions to thrash out terms and conditions, pay negotiations and all that happens on an annual basis. So this would need, in order to sort of take forward and explore properly the potential costings, that kind of discussion would need to be started. And I suppose Member in Charge has been really clear that wasn't her role to play in that space because she doesn't have a formal role there. And that would be some. But again, being tripartite and COSLA being an employer, it doesn't. It's not. There's only so much government can do, sort of unilaterally, in that space without COSLA being on board.
So another cost unknown. Okay, thank you, Convener.
The issues with COSLA, with the teacher unions, they were all very clear in our Stage 1 report. I think we had a balanced report. They were highlighted there, they were highlighted in evidence, and this committee approved the general principles at Stage 1. Parliament approved the general principles at Stage 1 with all of the concerns you've just re-articulated with Jackie Dunbar. They are not considerations for your determination on the financial resolution. They are presumably your considerations for whether you as an individual and the government supported the bill at Stage 1 or not. They were not significant enough for you to vote against the bill at Stage 1. You simply abstained. So surely these are issues that have already been debated and discussed, and the will of Parliament is we should scrutinise this further in Stage 2 and Stage 3. This is not a significant part of the financial resolution. We've done the bit about COSLA and the unions because it's in our Stage 1 report, and there have been 2 votes on that.
Well, I appreciate where the convener is coming from, but I'm clear that the principal focus around the decision, the deliberations around the financial resolution for this bill should be on the costs of provision. But what I am trying to show committee is that the costs of provision that have been detailed are not the total costs of the bill. And there are a number of outstanding concerns relating to increasing costs that would ensure a higher price tag, if you like, on that bill. So I think although they may not seem on the face of it as affordability concerns, when you start to dig into the data that we have and the figures that have been provided or not provided for some of these aspects, they relate directly to affordability and therefore to the financial resolution.
But in response to Jackie Dunbar, you said you didn't know the figures for teacher time, renegotiating contracts, etc.
And does that not concern the convener?
Well, it concerns me that you're going to make a decision in a fortnight without these figures. You have to go back to Ms Duncan Glancy's point. Had 5.5 months to get to this stage, and you're still telling us and members of your own party that you don't even know what the costs are. So are you going to take a decision without all the information?
Government couldn't possibly understand the costs that would be attached to teacher negotiations. As I've just laid out the process, that will happen in due course. Yeah. We couldn't negotiate for issues in teacher contracts through a bill that has not even has not passed. Is still in the process, or stage 1, stage 2 or stage 3. I think that would have to happen after. So I think to understand the cost around that, there's a level of impossibility to that. But again, I want to reiterate that I think that the committee should share my concern around that in terms of the unknowns.
Yeah. But you're not going to have that information in 2 weeks' time?
We will not have the information around the costs for workforce in 2 weeks' time.
It cannot inform your decision because you won't have those numbers.
If you want to look at it like that, Mr Ross, I suppose you can, but I could also look at it in the way that there is an unknown figure there, so it is difficult to understand the full financial implications in order to produce a financial resolution. However, I do not want to, as I say, preempt any decision that is made, but if you're taking that stance, then I would oppose that and provide an alternative view for you.
Okay, Miles Briggs wants a brief supplementary on this.
I don't understand where the Minister hasn't asked City of Edinburgh Council or Aberdeenshire Council for how that's negotiated. Honestly, and the costings.
Same all the time.
Mr Briggs, I didn't hear your question.
Yeah, I'm asking, is the team or has the Minister asked City of Edinburgh Council or Aberdeenshire Council for the costings they put in place and the negotiations with unions in these council areas where basically this policy is operational?
The teachers are, as far as I'm aware, working on a voluntary basis, so there is no, I don't believe there is any. I'll bring Lewis in a second to perhaps provide further clarity, but I don't believe that those negotiations would have to take place given the fact that it's on a voluntary basis. So I don't believe local authorities would have any further information to share in that light. In relation to engaging with local authorities, as I said, I have engaged with COSLA around the affordability concerns. Lewis, do you want to add anything?
So, again, those great examples like Edinburgh, Aberdeenshire and other places, they'll have worked out the resourcing plan for residential outdoor trips through their annual kind of working time agreement process that happens at school level. Again, coming back to the earlier point that that is very much down to kind of school leadership, kind of local government, kind of leadership in particular areas, the extent to which anything that we would be able to sort of learn from looking at those in detail, the extent to which that's scalable across all of Scotland, recognising geographical distances, composition of communities, and so on, is pretty limited. And again, we'd want to be able to do that, or rather, that work would be best done sort of systematically at a national level, rather than trying to make too many assumptions based on those who clearly already succeed at doing this very well.
Okay, thanks.
Lee Rennie.
I think you'll put a financial memorandum forward. I think to do anything but that would be an outrage, and for a party that has stated repeatedly that it's a defender of the Scottish Parliament, I don't think you'll do this. I have, throughout this process, you don't come across as somebody who is neutral on the bill. You come forward as a critic of the bill. And can I just put it plainly, unless you engage constructively with the member and come up with an alternative, non-legislative route that is more substantial than what is being aired, then there will be members like myself and probably Ross Greer who will vote for this bill, and you'll be landed with a much bigger cost. So I would suggest that you act much more constructively and open and come up with the details and help the member cost this bill so that we can have a financial memorandum, so we can scrutinise this bill and get this issue resolved one way or the other. It's not a question.
If I could perhaps provide some clarity, I've already made clear, my enthusiasm for the outdoor residential sector.
But you don't, honestly, Minister, you don't act like it.
I am merely, I think there are valid points around affordability that, for example, if it was a government bill, would be of extreme concern to committee and other members. However, so I'm trying to emphasise some of the areas that I think Parliament really needs to consider. However, and I would just provide some clarity around the financial resolution, if government does not provide a financial resolution, the bill falls, as has been made clear.
I don't think you'll do that.
So there would be no vote on it. Again, I will communicate that decision to Parliament by the date that has been given.
Can I just remind you, you are a minority government. You don't command a majority. It would be an outrage if you don't put it forward. So I think you will put it forward. The question is, how constructive are you going to be with the member, or are we going to have more sessions like this?
And sorry, I should just add, if I could, Convener, I am more than willing to engage with Ms Smith. I have proven that, and I have done so throughout the course of stage 1 and following that. I'm more than happy to engage with the member around, potentials for, well, when I did raise the issues around non-legislative proposals or with the member, she was not in favour of those, preferring obviously a legislative approach. But I'm more than happy to continue to work with the member around this.
George Adam.
Thank you, Convener. Minister, good morning.
Morning.
You brought up an important point there, because you said if the same level of scrutiny was done in comparison with government financial memorandums, we'd be hearing a completely different story from opposition members here today, because we're always told to follow the evidence. And when you follow the evidence, you can see that COSLA have got severe concerns about it because of the costs towards them. You can see that teachers, it could reopen negotiations for teachers because of the cost of that. And the other part is the fact that we heard the evidence that much of the actual buildings themselves some were built in the 1940s, some in the 1960s, and some need severe investment. I said falling about around them. Others said I should correct that to they need some investment as well. So is it not the case that the financial memorandum that is in front of us is at best a guesstimate and at worst complete fiscal fantasy? Because you're being asked to write a blank cheque, and surely that is not what we're here to do.
Mr Adam puts the point perfectly. Absolutely. I think I've been very clear, and I appreciate the work that Ms Smith has done to, or would do at stage 2 in terms of bringing the cost down of the bill. I think the targeted provision and the commencement dates are very welcome. However, the issue is with the unknowns, and as you say, at the moment there would be effectively a blank cheque in some of these areas, and that is of difficulty and real concern to the government, which is why deliberations continue around the financial resolution.
And the other discussion we had, I agree, many of these groups do some fantastic work. For me, as a youngster, it didn't make any difference to my life and how I went forward, but I know to some it is quite a good thing. But there's other ways. There's other ways and other kind of outdoor activities you can do. This is very limited in its aspect, like zip lines and canoeing. There's a lot more to life and leadership for young children to do. So surely there's some kind of compromise, some kind of idea where we can get the aims of what the member's trying to achieve while doing it differently, and maybe in some cases a more modern kind of background.
And I think that's what the potential pilot approach puts forward, a greater level of flexibility, because I think I discussed with committee at the last session there are children in rural areas who may benefit more from, a form of urban trip that takes in sort of cities and museums and these sort of things rather than that kind of traditional residential. There's also children with additional support needs who wouldn't necessarily benefit from a residential stay. And I know there's already organisations, I think I referred to some of them in the debate yesterday, who are actively, encouraging and taking children with additional support needs on maybe day trips or frequent day trips, because I think that's more suited to them. So I think that the importance there is the flexibility and ensuring that what is being delivered is what is needed by the children and young people, and that week-long stay in a residential accommodation isn't necessarily what's right for all children and young people, understanding, of course, the benefits that it does bring for many.
I think you're talking about the limitations of the bill as it currently stands, because when you look at my granddaughter, Daisy's 10-year-old, is autistic, and her additional support needs, the idea of going in away to a centre like this would absolutely terrify her. You know, because she would be up all night worrying about going to a place like this. So you're quite right. There's other ways we can actually deal with situations like that as well.
Actually, that's an important point that Mr Adam raises, because in some of the latest analysis and correspondence that was sent to me from Ms Smith, I believe in her discussions with stakeholders, there had been a sort of new trend emerging where I think, and officials can correct me if I'm wrong on the figure, but around about 15 to 20% of children and young people are not going on trips due to a level of anxiety around them. And I think there really needs to be more work done around that. A legislative proposal doesn't necessarily solve that problem, and I think we really need to understand, is that down to additional support needs, or is there something else there? So again, you know, just speaking to the non-legislative approach, I think that allows the flexibility to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just clarify, Minister, briefly just clarify, it's 15 to 20% of those who sign up to attend who then don't actually come on the day, is the evidence that Elizabeth provided back.
From personal experience, I could understand Daisy would think about going, and then closer at the time she would pull out because the anxiety would be far too much for her.
But nothing stops that in the bill. The bill is a universal opportunity, but I'm sorry, the bill is a universal opportunity for people to be given the chance to go on these trips, but there is no mandatory obligation for them to go. And I have to say, Mr Adam, the bill is about a lot more than zip wires and canoeing. Well, you may find that funny. I found that...
The problem, convener.
Okay, we'll move to Pam Duncan-Glancy. Okay, well, I don't want it to be an issue, so we'll move on to Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, convener. I have to say, Minister, I'm quite uncomfortable with the line that we've just pursued around the difficulties in meeting the requirements of pupils with ASN, and the affordability of pupils with ASN, and the ability to come to an agreement in the timescales. The fact of the matter is, Parliament agreed this legislation. Parliament agreed at stage 1 that all of these issues should be discussed, and I myself made it clear during the committee sessions, both to yourself, Minister, and also to the member in charge, that the issues for pupils with ASN would have to be considered very carefully, because it is an important aspect of this bill for me, is that pupils with ASN can access it, including the sorts of experiences that have just been discussed. But the fact is that was a stage 1 discussion. If the government was so worried about that, the government shouldn't have voted for the bill. But did the government abstain because it wasn't prepared to take the backlash for voting against the bill, which is quite clearly something that not just the public but the Parliament wanted?
The government abstained because we are neutral to the bill. As I've already said, the committee and government raised a number of unanswered concerns around the bill. I wanted to work with the member over that period of time to understand some of these concerns, to hopefully have some of these concerns addressed. I appreciate what the member is saying around Parliament voted for this bill. I have been very clear, around the process for that financial resolution. Of course, this is a matter for standing orders for Parliament, and if this is something that the member or Parliament is not content with, then it is absolutely something that Parliament can consider.
I think it's pretty clear that people aren't content with the government's position on this just now. I think we now are in a situation where a number of the issues that have been raised are exactly the sorts of issues that members would like to pursue at stage 2 through amendment, and then ultimately look at the bill again at stage 3 and ask whether these issues are addressed. But the government's position in abstaining at stage 1 and failing so far with a matter of 2 weeks, days left to produce a financial memorandum to resolve these issues, is likely that it looks likely that if one is produced, it's going to be without some information the government should have collected. And if it isn't produced, parliamentary process has been really frustrated. And can I also just say that some of the stuff we've just exercised about and discussed about pupils with ASN, those inequalities are happening right now. in the current status quo. So to me, that suggests the government should get their skates on, get the financial resolution published and allow Parliament to resolve some of this through Stage 2 and Stage 3 so that pupils with ASN can fully access their rights to outdoor education.
There's a couple of points there. I think in terms of I appreciate what the member's saying around children with additional support needs and those issues happening right now. And I've alluded to the work that is ongoing to support and bolster the government's commitment to outdoor learning. In terms of some of the issues that could be resolved at Stage 2, I think there are issues that could be resolved at Stage 2. I don't see how the member gets through the workforce implications issue at Stage 2, though, and I'd be interested in hearing her views around that.
And I'm quite sure the committee, because that's something the committee picked up, and members across the Parliament recognise that. But we'll never know if the government withhold this financial resolution on the basis that either they're not prepared to put their colours to the mast, to be honest.
I don't have anything further to comment. But sorry, I didn't realise there was a question there, Ms Duncan Glancy.
Finally then, on the point of pupils with ASN, what advice have you, as the Minister in charge of this bill, given to Cabinet?
I can't give any further information on the decision-making process, the ministerial decision-making process. I can't provide you with the information that I've given to Cabinet.
Can you say whether you have given them advice?
I can say that I am following the normal process for bills.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to go back to this point about unanswered questions and queries, which you're right, you stipulated these when you appeared before us in our Stage 1 proceedings and in the Stage 1 debate, but they were not of significant concern to you at that time to put your name against a no vote on this bill. And what Pam Duncan Glancy has just said is surely the crux of this. You could lodge a financial resolution for this bill in the knowledge that we may never spend a single penny of that financial resolution because the bill doesn't get satisfactorily amended at Stage 2 or Stage 3. So surely is that not the best approach to take? To give Parliament the opportunity to try and hone this bill into something we can get majority support for. Therefore, lodge the financial resolution with the caveat that the Government, if they have enough support from other parties, can vote it down at Stage 3 if the amendments at Stage 2 do not suffice.
I understand what the convener and the convener's views and the committee's views on that. I have heard them.
Do you agree with it?
I can't comment on that because to do so would be to preempt the financial resolution decision.
But it's not about the financial resolution or spending in the future. It's simply about taking a vote at Stage 1 in the chamber of this Parliament where an overwhelming majority of MSPs voted in favour of a bill to progress. We agreed the general principles. We voted for the bill to progress to Stage 2, which this committee can do. We can get you back in, we can get the member in charge back in to discuss government amendments, backbench amendments, and then we can have another debate at Stage 3 and then decide, actually, it's not changed enough, we've not met the threshold for the improvements that are needed, and therefore the bill falls at Stage 3. But then Parliament and parliamentarians will have been given the opportunity. If you fail to lodge the financial resolution, there is no opportunity.
I understand that. I don't want to say whether I agree or disagree with the process because, as I've said, the financial resolution is an important process to ensure that government and ministers have control over our budget. But I hear what the convener is saying to me.
If the members' approximate cost of 30 million and some changes it could cost 50 million, we've heard 5 million today. If 30 million in the financial memorandum is too much for a financial resolution, what figure could the government live with?
I've been very clear to Ms Smith when she asked me the same question earlier on that I cannot give a figure that is comfortable for me to deal with. Any figure that I give to you has to be defunded from somewhere else in my portfolio. You know, the member and the committee are aware there is very important work underway in my portfolio around the promise, around transitions, around a number of different things. And it would be for me to consider where to take money from to fund this bill. So I cannot give you a figure that is acceptable to government.
Because any figure is too much?
Because due to the financial climate that we're in, the government does not have, you know, a pot of money lying around that we can just take money from. There are significant decisions that have to be made when thinking about new spend allocations.
It goes back to Mr Rennie's point that while stating you're neutral on this bill, that sounds like you're against the bill at any cost.
I'm merely highlighting the concerns that government have. That is the line of questioning that you are giving me, Convener. And as I've already said, this process is not unique to Scotland. This process is something that the Welsh Government have, that has been used by the UK Government. This is not unique to Scotland. We are not in a unique position here. And I hope committee would take grace in the fact that we are, considering this fully, appreciating that the deadline for the 26th of September is near, and I have committed to ensuring that a decision is communicated by that date.
Do you know what day the 26th of September is?
Apologies, Convener.
No, it's okay. It's a Friday, so a non-sitting day. Will you at least give us a commitment that the response from the government will be on a sitting day? Yes, at the very latest, it would be the 26th, and you would make a statement to Parliament on the outcome of your decision.
I can give that commitment.
Thank you very much. Jackie Dunbar.
Button in here, but would that not be up to the Bureau for the statement
than... Of course it would be, but I think a minister offering to give a statement will be agreed by Bureau.
Well,
and I think,
you just never know.
Well,
I
think we would be in a very strange situation if a minister has given a commitment to a committee of this Parliament that she is happy to give a statement for that not to be accepted, and I think that is very welcome. We've gone over time, and I appreciate your time, Minister, and that of your officials, and I will briefly suspend for a change of witnesses. Thank you. Welcome back. The next item of business is evidence over two panels on the Children, Care Experience and Services Planning Scotland Bill. And can I welcome to our first panel today Sheriff David Mackey, Chairperson Hearing Systems Working Group, Fiona Duncan, Independent Strategic Advisor, The Promise Scotland, and Fraser McKinlay, Chief Executive, The Promise Scotland. Thank you very much for joining us today, and apologies for our lateness getting to you. I know you were sitting through the previous session there. Can I kick off the questions and directed to you, first of all, Sheriff Mackey. There are positive points in your submission about the bill, and I think this is a theme throughout the submissions, but there are some criticisms, and if I say your criticisms are quite stark. You speak about the bill lacking ambition. Some provisions seem unnecessarily complex to the point of being at times unintelligible and inaccessible to anyone who is not a lawyer, and you speak about a lost opportunity in this bill. Could you speak about, well, if you want, some of the positives, but I particularly want to look at what we need to scrutinise as a committee, some of the deficiencies you see in the bill?
Well, yes. Well, good morning, Convener and everybody on the committee. Yes, there are definitely positive aspects to the bill. There are elements that are very welcome. Outstanding amongst those is the discretion that's proposed to be given to reporters to be able to send cases in which the grounds for referral are opposed direct to the sheriff and avoiding a grounds hearing. Much of my criticism centres around the treatment of grounds hearings. The lack of ambition that I'm referring to is to suggest that this is an opportunity to really meet the desire of the young people that we have listened to during the working group's period of preparing the Hearings for Children report, to understand from them that the experience of a grounds hearing can be demeaning, embarrassing, sometimes traumatic. And we found a way of suggesting that in the many cases in which the grounds for referral are unopposed, we could deal with the grounds without a hearing. And that's the ambition that I think we've displayed. That's not been met in the bill, and instead, I think a well-intended endeavour has been made to modify the current process to still have grounds hearings, but to make them easier. I might be oversimplifying, but that's essentially the aim, I think. But I'm afraid that the consequence of that is some really complicated language. The new Section 90, I'm not ashamed to say, as a lawyer of many, many years standing, I find impossible to read. There are so many double negatives and cross-references that it's impossible to retain them in an ordinary reading of the provision. And so those are the essential points that I suppose the highlight of my criticisms around grounds. There are others, but which I'd be happy to expand on, but that gives you a flavour of it.
Well, I was particularly interested in the new Section 90. I mean, you have looked at legislation coming from this Parliament before. Is this something you have seen in the past, or is it particularly bad in this case? I mean, for you to say there are so many cross-references and double negatives that it is impossible to retain in an ordinary reading of the provisions, that's pretty crucial that we resolve this issue before it becomes law, surely.
Absolutely. Part of the ambition of this particular piece of legislation should be to recognise in the year in which we have incorporated the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child into our domestic law, to produce law that that has language that is simple and clear enough, possibly for a 12-year-old child to understand, certainly an 18-year-old or a lay convener or parents of children who are being referred to the children's hearing. And the particular measures that are being sought to be legislated upon are not so complicated that we need the sort of dense language that's been produced in this bill.
Could this have been resolved if there was better discussion and deliberation beforehand? I mean, you suggest there's not been sufficient consultation prior to the bill coming forward.
It might have been. It's a pity that there wasn't more engagement.
And why do you think there wasn't?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I have to say that in recent days and weeks, there's been a markedly increased level of engagement, which I very much welcome. I do think that there are elements that might have benefited from some discussion. For example, in relation to the suggestion that grounds hearings might be dealt with without a hearing, there appears to be some resistance amongst officials and with government to undertake such a change. But as I sit here now, I've not received any rational explanation as to what the concern is. I can make a guess, and I've mentioned that in my response, but the real opposition to that, the real reason for that is not known to me. It would have been so much more helpful if I had an opportunity of hearing the concerns and either agreeing with them or addressing them and reaching some consensus on how we should move forward.
And you said there has been a marked increase in engagement in days and weeks. Is that from Scottish Government, ministers, officials? Where's that?
Both,
Okay.
yes. Just in the run-up to this committee hearing.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of your report, I mean, it made a number of recommendations, and as you say, some have filtered through, but the majority have not. How do you feel about the work that went into producing that report and this bill being an opportunity to encompass that, and it's not been taken?
At the heart of our work in the working group and in producing the bill was our listening to the voices of young care experienced people. And we really did listen to them. That led us to developing an imagined role for the chair of a children's hearing, which was it would be much greater and much more weighty than it is now. We imagined a chair conspicuously avoiding any suggestion that they should be a member of any particular profession, but a chair who is nonetheless legally competent, especially in relation to human rights, who can understand the impact of decisions of the children's hearing, not only on the child but on the parents and other relevant persons, but who have the confidence to say to those people, we have heard from you, we understand your concerns, but we now want to hear from the child on their own. Or in an example I heard just this week of a case in which a mother found herself in a hearing room with the man who had abused her horridly and spent 20 months in jail for an assault on her. She was traumatized by the experience. In the room, she put on a brave face and everybody thought she did fine, but she was unable to share, she did not want to share her personal experience, her personal information with him in the room. She didn't want to rock the boat in case it upset him and led to some kind of reaction. And she didn't represent herself anywhere nearly as well as she might have done. So in a situation like that, a chair should have the confidence, first of all, of recognising the subtleties of domestic abuse, the impact of trauma, to understand the role of an inquisitorial process, to have the confidence to say, I'm leading this inquiry, the panel is supporting me in it, and in recognition of the difficulty around the domestic abuse that lies in the background here, we require the man, the husband, the partner to leave the room or to not be in the room at the same time as the mother. And that situation can be managed, but it can only be managed by somebody who has that real confidence and understanding. But we imagined a chair who would also write a much more reasoned decision, a full reasoned decision, and not the abbreviated type of decision that is currently the norm at children's hearings, who could collate, who could bring together the views of panel members to produce a cohesive decision and to deliver it. But furthermore, we imagined the chair having a role after the making of a compulsory supervision order, not as a supervisor, not as another boss for the social worker, but to have a role to receive expressions of concern if compulsory supervision orders were not being properly implemented. If that mental health service that the panel expected to be available wasn't available and the order wasn't being implemented. And to have the discretion, faced with such concerns, to possibly call for a review hearing out of the normal pattern of statutory reviews every 3 months or a year. And there were two things emanating from that. One was that that role of the chair was really the product of hearing from the stakeholders, the whole children's hearing community, but especially listening to the voices of care experienced young people and their journeys, their personal journeys through the hearing system. And we found ourselves devising this role for the chair, which was really quite an expansion on the current role of chair. And that in turn led us to recognising, especially if that chair was going to be a consistent presence in that child's journey through the hearing system, that it would be difficult for that role to be fulfilled by somebody who wasn't doing it as a job. Now, that is a very, very brief outline of the sort of process we went through at the working group and that produced recommendations in our report. And what's lost in the bill is that cohesive structure of the role for the chair in particular and around grounds hearings that would produce the transformational change that we imagined.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's extremely helpful. Ms Duncan, Mr McKinlay, if I can come to you again. I understand there are positives, and please feel free if you want to speak about those. But I do want to pick up on some of the points you make. I mean, in your evidence, you say the bill as currently drafted does not fulfil the vision of the Independent Care Review when it concluded in 2020. And you also speak about a lack of engagement. And I have particular concern at coming in your evidence that concerns have been raised about the process to develop this bill and an absence of engagement before it was laid in June. That's quite damning of a government who have known this bill was coming. I would have expected and just assumed there was pretty good engagement prior to the bill being laid, but you suggest that's not the case, Ms Duncan.
Yeah, we've got a record of all the engagement that we've had on the bill and the conversations that we've had and the information that we've provided. I think our experiences are similar to David's. You know, with greater conversation during the process, we might have had a different product, a different bill. It's a really critical step in terms of keeping the promise. We're at the midpoint in terms of the 10-year time frame that was laid out by the Independent Care Review when it concluded in 2020. And I think this bill presents an essential step forward, but Convener, your reflections of what we said is absolutely right. We sort of applied 4 tests, if you like. The first is how anchored in the conclusions of the Independent Care Review is it, and it certainly offers opportunities to speed up pace and improve performance. How likely is this bill to get us over the line in 2030? I think it's fair to say we will need further legislation. And then 2 other tests that I think Fraser can talk to better than I can are, does this bill go far enough in terms of getting rid of some of the barriers that are in place that possibly would benefit from legislation, or building on some of the bridges of good practice and changes to the system that we've seen? And the other one is, you know, as many of you will remember, the care review involved 5,500 people, more than half were care experienced. But from all the papers and briefings that you've seen, you know that the promise has been made to over 200,000 people. So in terms of its implementation, many of the people who didn't take part in the Independent Care Review have come forward to talk about some of the challenges that they're seeing in terms of the implementation. And I think it's important that for this committee and everyone else that we listen to the new voices that have emerged. And one final point that I would make, just really building on Sheriff Mackey, as experience. So he was appointed by the promise by me to run a redesign based on taking the conclusions that the Care Review had come up with in terms of the hearing system and what it needed to do. But one of the things that some of you will remember is the Care Review produced something called the Pinky Promise. So we produced the Promise, which is the main report, and the Pinky Promise was the one designed for children. And I would really like to see this piece of legislation pass the Pinky Promise test, and exactly as David has said, for children and young people and the people who really rely on the legislation to understand what their rights and entitlements are, to be able to read it and recognise what's going on for them and what this means for them. So I don't know if Fraser wants to.
I'll just take Mr McGinley in, but I mean, your evidence is this bill adds to the complexity, which isn't particularly reassuring that it is passing that test that you've just spoken about.
So when the Care Review concluded, we had identified 44 pieces of legislation, 19 pieces of secondary legislation and 3 international conventions that govern this thing that we call a care system. Since the conclusions landed and got cross-party support in Parliament on the 5th of February 2020, there has been more really welcome legislation. But the risk that we have at the moment is that a new layer of legislation adds more bureaucracy and more reporting requirements onto already exhausted workforce, and a workforce that is struggling with vacancies and who are committed and determined to keep the promise. 5 years on, I think there's more support for keeping the promise as people understand their role and responsibility. I've sort of come to the conclusion that there are opportunities to streamline some of that reporting and reduce some of that bureaucracy through guidance and through other areas. My view is that before we get to 2030, there will need to be a process of streamlining the legislation because it is incredibly complicated. And in some ways, I think that that's probably a maturing of this Parliament in terms of what it does as a Parliament with the whole legislative landscape, because so many of the pieces of legislation overlap one another. They refer to a single group of people with multiple pieces of legislation. But yes, there is a risk associated with that, but I do think that risk could be mitigated by some action by officials, really.
Okay, thank you. Mr McKinley.
Thanks, Convener. Just to add a couple of things on your questions around engagement and I guess what the care review might have envisaged back in 2020. So the engagement has been frustrating. Government, I'm sure, will explain to you why they felt that there was no room really for engagement on the specifics of the bill. What I would say is obviously we're in touch with officials all the time about stuff and to do with the promise, and there's obviously a lot of activity that quite appropriately has been taken forward outside of legislation to progress the promise. So it's not, by no means is it the only vehicle for change. But back in May 2024, we in the Promise Scotland sent a briefing to government officials that kind of set out, if you like, a long list of things that they would want to consider for going in the bill. And we had various bits of engagement going from there. We published all of that information on our website so that everyone could see what we've been saying. But I think speaking to colleagues who certainly have more experience of being involved in legislation in previous years, I think everyone has been really struck at how very locked down this one was for reasons we don't fully understand. And of course, with any legislation, but I would argue this one in particular, it is all about the detail. So it was really only, I think, in the middle of May that I got a confidential verbal briefing that just set out the headings of what was going to be in the bill. We had no indication of the detail of that until the bill was published on the 17th or 18th of June. And I think what you can see from a lot of the responses that the committee have had to the call for evidence is that that's had a direct impact on how people are now engaging with the content of the bill, because it has landed quite cold. There's a sense that there's some things in there which were consulted on officially, because the government did 4 formal consultations, but there's also some stuff in there that really hasn't had any consultation at all and even was a bit of a surprise to us. So, as similar to Sheriff Mackey, there's been a significant uptick in engagement since the bill's been out, and that's very positive. The government held an engagement session this week. It does mean there's an awful lot of engagement and stuff to be figured out between now and the spring if we're to pass the bill, Convener. The only other thing I would say briefly in terms of, I guess, what the care review might have envisaged, Fiona's mentioned one of the key things, which is that whole sense of decluttering a very busy legislative landscape. To be fair, officials, I think, were quite clear quite early on that that was unlikely to happen in this bill. We've progressed work on that anyway. We commissioned somebody to do a thorough review of the legislative landscape and to come up with some options about how you could simplify and streamline it. So we're absolutely not giving up on that. But if it's not in this legislation, then we think that is something that Parliament would need to come back to in the next session. And I think the other thing that became clear through engagement kind of towards the back end of 2024 is that the scope of the bill was unlikely to cover the areas of the promise which you might describe as being a bit further away from the core care system, to use that phrase. So there's obviously a lot of stuff in the promise that touches on education, that touches on criminal justice, that touches on health, that they're just not in here because the scope of the bill is broadly speaking focused on the stuff that people would recognise as this thing known as the care system. So again, what's important there is to ensure that there are other opportunities to progress the work in those other areas which are, as we know and as we've talked to the committee about in the past, critically important to keeping the promise.
Thank you very much. There's lots of these areas we want to get into, and I'll move to committee members. And first of all, Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning. Thank you for the evidence you've submitted in advance and also for the questions you've answered so far. I want to talk specifically, or come to specifically, the parts of the bill on aftercare. But before I do, if it's okay, just to pick up on a couple of the issues we've just touched on. And Fraser McKinley, you've just highlighted one of the issues that I had heard when I spoke to young people with care experience and others who support them in the sector, etc. It's how access to housing, it's access to education. We've just seen the education outcomes, of course, being published, and they're not where they need to be. What are the main issues facing care experienced young people today, and will the bill address any of them?
So I think they address some of them. So I think it is striking that a lot of the responses from the organisations that work alongside care experienced children, young people, families are welcoming a lot of the provisions in the bill, aftercare being one of them, independent advocacy, a right to advocacy being another. But there's no doubt, as you know better than I do, particularly through things like the housing bill, there are really, really important things, particularly access to housing, which is done in here. One of the things that had been talked about was the virtual head teacher approach in education. We can see real benefit of that. That group of virtual head teachers is facilitated by Celsius, and you'll be hearing from Claire later. There had been some discussion about that potentially being put on a legislative basis, and again, I think there's a debate to be had about whether that was the right or whether that is the right or wrong approach to that. But it's not here. So there's no doubt that I think it's really important for the government in particular to be able to articulate, if for all these things that aren't in this bill, how are those things being progressed? Because if they're being progressed through other routes, so for example, Daniel Johnson's bill on restraint might be one example, although we would we think the issue of restraint needs to be wider than just in schools, but that might be one vehicle. There might be, as I've said already, non-legislative approaches to change, and certainly that's the case in some of the hearing system work. In the absence of a really clear articulation of what this bill is going to deliver and how the other things are progressing, I think it is quite hard for people to judge the package in the round. Now, we can help with some of that, but I do think it's incumbent on government to set out that stall that says this is what this bill is going to do and this is how we're progressing everything else.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I suppose moving on from that train of discussion, Fiona Duncan, you mentioned that the current bill will need another bill in order to get us to 2030. Is there a reason why it couldn't have all been done in one bill?
Yeah, I think there is a fair reason why it couldn't all have been done in one bill. With a 10-year change programme, you bump into things that are getting in the way as you make changes. So I think as we're in year 5, we are starting to identify things where a legislative change could speed up the pace. So Fraser's just mentioned restraint. Children can be restrained in care settings, education settings, justice settings and health settings. If you deal with one part of legislation like education, then you will ensure that children are not unnecessarily restrained in an education setting. But for some children, and they live in a care setting and an education setting, and it's the same place. So in order to ensure that Scotland becomes a nation that strives not to restrain its children, I actually think the approach to ending restraint is through scrutiny, through having a single definition of restraint and a single reporting approach in real time that reports the child that's restrained and the staff member that's restrained, a whole bunch of other complexities that we don't have time to get into. But we're getting to the point where we're recognising what that would mean and what that would look like. So I think probably as we get close to 27-28, having a sort of final piece of legislation that really cements the work so that the promise isn't something that a committee talks about as a special thing that Scotland is striving to keep. It's just the way that we do business. Scotland has a promise and it's keeping it to all children and families in and around the care system and to care experienced adults.
Do you think there are opportunities potentially to amend the current bill to do some of that?
So I think that I'm really determined to make this bill the best bill that we could get and to ensure that it passes. So I think there are some amendments that are necessary in order for that to happen.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. A number of organisations in their submissions have said that the aftercare provisions could go further. So again, similarly to the conversations we've had. And others have raised concerns about estimated costs. And I know that other members of the committee will be looking more at the financial memorandum, I think. But how does the panel think the provisions on aftercare could be improved?
So I think both those things are true. It could go further, and there are concerns about estimated costs. I'm going to start by saying that I hate the expression aftercare. Like, I hate it. How many people say to their children, this is after the point I care for you? And one of the things that came out of the care review was stigmatising language. So I would quite like us to have a think about what an appropriate expression is for that piece of legislation, so that we're not talking to young people about this is the point after we care for you. But that's not the answer to the question that you're looking for. I'll maybe hand over to Fraser to do a bit more of the,
that's helpful.
The detailed.
There's no doubt that the provisions in the bill as they stand go some way to addressing one of the big issues that the care review identified, which is that kind of cliff edge that happens at various ages and stages of a young person's life. Mm-hmm. And the fact that at the moment you need to be technically looked after when you are on your 16th birthday, and therefore if you were looked after before that, you're not eligible, we think is an important thing to fix. And there's no doubt, and I'm sure we'll come to this, that this will be a recurring theme, I'm sure, that for us implementation and resourcing and planning of that is absolutely critical. In terms of how it might go further, and again, maybe I should have said in response to the earlier question as well, that I suspect that this bill overall and the individual parts of it, I think what we'll find is some people think it's already too much, and it's going to add more complexity and more expectation on a system that's already creaking, and there'll be lots of people who will say that it's not going far enough and it's not ambitious enough. I suspect that was always going to be the case with this, but in specific terms, we do think that a right to return to care is something that the promise talks about. That sense that if you are, if the state has been your family, you have had a corporate parent, and you want to return to that care, then that availability should be there in the same way that it would be for children in any other family. So it doesn't do that at the moment. I think people would have, again, similar concerns that are already raised about the implications of that and the resourcing of it and all those things. But in terms of the stuff that was in the promise that we would have liked to have seen followed through into the bill, that right to return to care would be one of them.
And, sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I defer very much to Fiona and Fraser on the wider issue around aftercare, and I do share Fiona's dislike of that expression, but it's what we're using. But I just wanted to highlight the relevance of this to the children's hearing system, and especially the recognition that next year we're going to have 16 and 17-year-olds coming into the children's hearing system, and with them an increased number of offence-based grounds and possibly more serious offences, especially sexual offences. And so the children's hearing has always been faced with the conundrum that at the end of childhood, a compulsory supervision order can't continue. And we have that same cliff edge. So the measures around aftercare, although not directly made for the children's hearing, will, I think, have a very important impact of giving continuity of services, continuity of support, and possibly the introduction of children to adult services at that crucial part, at that point when they're transgressing, moving on from the children's hearing system into an adult system. So I just wanted to highlight the importance of these provisions in that context.
No, thank you. I appreciate that, and it's not something I had considered in any great detail, so I appreciate that. And I think that's helpful for the committee to consider. On the provisions then, do the panel have any view about capacity? We've heard already about the workforce and the need not to pile additional bureaucracy on an already stretched workforce. I suppose the same is true of the panel and the hearing system. Does the panel have the view about the sorts of changes that might be needed within with capacity in the system to be able to do this properly?
So I think there are a couple of things, and I'd like to acknowledge the work of Who Cares Scotland and Jasmine Keziah Pilling, who brought the petition to have a sort of wider discussion about this. I think the sort of the bigger question for the bill is how to plan the implementation to ensure that the resources are available so that the workforce isn't overwhelmed and that they are able to meet their duties and work with, in this case, young people who are planning to leave their care setting. I think the other thing that has to happen is ensure that, and this has been touched on already, there are multiple systems operating simultaneously. They're not adjacent. So housing is not an adjacent system to the care system. It's a system that children and young people often experience simultaneously. So there's a need in that planning to understand what the requirement would be in other parts of this thing that we call a care system, and ensure that the implementation is ready for that, because there is a risk, and I know we're going to probably talk about advocacy later. I think it's the advocacy provision here is really important, because in my experience, first chairing the care review and since in my engagement with children and young people, as the promise is being kept, often advocacy is about ensuring that the rights that children have or young people have that haven't been realised, or that there's an ongoing discussion about how they access their rights. It would be great to get to a point where this was about a smooth transition rather than about a battle for a safe house, a safe home to live in. So I think that's part of the challenge for the workforce, not just how and when all of this is implemented, but ensuring that all the other parts are lined up and sequenced and organised so that the system can deliver what it wants to deliver for families and children in care and care experienced adults, which is, the promise to be kept.
When I brought a bill through Parliament, or tried to bring a bill through Parliament about transitions, and it's a really important key aspect of people's lives. And one of the things that, through my own personal experience, but also through the evidence that I gathered for that, was that people tend to have to be project managers in their own life. So they've got to be they're very often the only person that knows this system's doing that, this system. Do you think there's a role for somebody in there to help people with this? And if so, who would that be?
So I think in many ways that's the sort of what sits behind the advocacy work, that you have somebody who's rooting for you and helping you plan your life and ensure that you get what you're entitled to and what you need. And I guess in terms of the hearing system, that's the thinking behind having a chair that's dedicated to you and your family. I think part of the challenge we have is that if you are experiencing multiple systems at any given time, you might end up with multiple advocates. And I think that would be the worst thing, that, can you talk to my advocate about housing? Can you talk to my advocate about mental health? Can you talk to my advocate about care? We don't want to get to that position where you're, instead of having somebody supporting you to project manage your life, you're project managing all the people who are supporting you to manage aspects of your life. So I think, again, there's an opportunity here to do something thoughtful in terms of how we legislate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Convener. Yeah, briefly, just on that last point, we produced a report for Scottish Government about 18 months ago now, I think, which set out a kind of four-stage approach to how you would scope out lifelong advocacy, and it's good to see that feeding into some of the thinking here. But absolutely, Fiona's point is critical about ensuring that we don't have multiple advocates for as we compartmentalise people's lives in lines with policies rather than how people actually live their lives. That would be good. The other thing I think, and again I can understand people's concerns about this in the context that at the moment only 48% of those eligible for aftercare services were receiving them. So I think this is another element of the bill where there's actually already quite a lot to do from existing duties and entitlements, and there is a bit of a concern that we're even struggling to do those, and we're adding more. I think my view on that is the answer to that question is not to roll back on doing the right thing, but to figure out how you actually implement it properly. So that would be our starting point. Don't underestimate the challenge in that, but the challenges I think with this one are the challenges that this committee's talked about when we were here, whenever that was, talking about workforce, the training, development, recruitment, retention, all those things, not just in social work, but across the children and families workforce, are actually the things that help this aspect as well as everything else. It's the same issue that we need to grapple with, and therefore I don't think, not progressing with a good bit of legislation is the answer to that question. There's a whole bunch of stuff we need to do to fix those problems, which will also help deliver this.
Thank you. Did you want to?
One particular point I wouldn't mind drawing to the committee's attention, and it's something that may already have been impacted by the question of capacity. One of the most challenging engagements I had during the work of the working group was with chief social work officers. And a more hard-pressed, dedicated and worried group of people I've never met in my life. And this was in the context of discussing the child's plan. In the working group and in the report, we identified the child's plan as being, in an ideal world, a sort of golden thread that would run through the child's journey right through the care system from start to finish, so that on entry to the children's hearing system, if the hearing system became an appropriate passage for that child, the same considerations would be borne in mind in making decisions on that child's life as had already happened. And that child's plan would therefore run as a continuum through the children's hearing system and into possibly adulthood. And that's been completely lost. I sense, because when I heard those chief social work officers, many of them said a child's plan is something that most children just don't get. We don't have the capacity to do it. They should have it. We would like them to have it. And it would provide continuity and consistency in the decision making in their lives, but it's just not possible. And that feeds into the workforce issue and everything that surrounds that. So that's just an example of how it impacts. And I may say that the salaried chair is another aspect. The salaried chair was something Scottish Government said no to outright at the very beginning. But remuneration was kept as a concept and has reappeared in the bill, so that there is this standalone provision which allows the national convener to consider remuneration for panel members. But the vision of the report was to have a chair whom the child could identify as a reference point, as somebody they could trust, they know and trust, not a friend, but that name, that reliable, trustworthy source of decision-making and guidance through their journey in the hearing system. And it may be that we can get there in other means, by other means, through the management of panels and chairs. And there's a huge amount of good work going on like that. In some areas in Scotland, especially up in Elgin, they're achieving that already. But to get that consistent, solid process, it inevitably reflects on the capacity of the system, the capacity of the personnel to do it.
Thank you, appreciate that. I'll leave it there for other members. Thank you.
You were already a good witness, Sheriff Mackey, but by mentioning Elgin, you've just gone even further up in my estimation, so well done with that. We'll move to Paul McLennan.
Thank you, Convener. And just to kind of build on some of the discussions we just had about advocacy services and delve a little bit deeper on that, I think, having been a councillor for 15 years, it's an issue that's really, really important, and having spoken to families and care experienced children themselves, I know how important that is, and how complex it can be. And obviously Section 4 of the bill mentions about new rights of access to care experience advocacy services. But it's a complex area, as we know, and obviously there's advocacy services for hearing services as well. So I just wanted, and that'll be in Section 18 in the bill. So I think several organisations, including the Promise Scotland, Fraser, have mentioned and commented to the extent about new right of access to care experience advocacy services would be shaped by secondary legislation. So it's really just getting your thoughts on what does that look like, because secondary legislation is a really important part about what that actually looks like in practice. And I suppose, how then does that interact with Section 18 of the bill, which talks around about advocacy on the hearing system? So, Fraser, I'll probably come to yourself first of all, maybe go to David after that, and obviously Fiona, but just on that, because I think it's a really important point that we started to discuss just in the last question.
Yep, thank you, Mr McLennan. So I don't suspect I need to rehearse, as we've touched on already, why independent advocacy is important and a good thing. As I said, we produced a report for government and subsequently published it, which set out a kind of four-phase approach to recognise that it is complicated, but but we need a plan really for progressing it. And I would hope that, having set out some of the principles in this bill, that when it comes to the regulations, some of those important questions of how you phase it, how you implement it, how you roll it out, really crucially, how you avoid that risk that Fiona mentioned already of having multiple advocates for different things. That's really important, because advocacy does crop up in different places and in different bits of legislation, mental health being one of the obvious ones. So there is absolutely a need, as there is for many questions around public services, for how we figure out advocacy around the needs of children, young people and families, rather than the needs of the system, which is currently how it works. You'll have seen, I think, some responses from the likes of Who Cares, who have been campaigning on this for some time. Now, I think there is something about being absolutely crystal clear about what we mean by independence in this, because that can be quite contested territory. I think that's not to say that there aren't lots of other people in the lives of children and families that are, to use Fiona's phrase, rooting for them and speaking on their behalf. But independent advocacy is a very specific and very important part of the system, we think. And we think in an ideal world you would have a person, an organisation who can do that for you across multiple areas. And that's the kind of stuff that we would want to see in any subsequent regulations and guidance. It is one of those areas, I guess, Mr McLennan, where there's a judgment, isn't there, about how much you put in the primary legislation and what's left to come later. I think this bill is one where, because there are some areas which haven't really had much engagement up until now, in terms of the preparation of this bill, inevitably the bill and the government are saying there's more to come on that. Advocacy might be one of them, although I would argue there's been more work done on advocacy actually by ourselves and by Who Cares in particular. But others I'm sure will come on to, like some of the kind of profit limitation elements are still pretty unknown, really. So there is a lot of work still to be done on those. I don't know if that really answers your question.
Yeah,
but
no,
I think
it does, Fraser. And I suppose before I come on to David Obvious asking about the hearings system, I suppose one of the key things as well, and I met with Who Cares Scotland to talk about that. And one of the issues is as well, I mean, I'm in East Lothian, so it's kind of a mix of urban and rural. If you were trying to get advocacy services, for example, in Edinburgh or Glasgow, it's probably easier than trying to get advocacy services if you were in the Highlands. So it's almost, there's not that one-size-fits-all approach either. So I don't know what your thoughts are on that, because I think independent advocacy is really important, but it needs to be as universal as possible across the whole of Scotland, because it's not going to be as easy in more remote areas. So I don't know what your thoughts on that, and then I'll come to David just on the hearing system.
And to be fair, I think that's probably why on this occasion leaving some of that detail to regulation probably does make sense. I think there is something fundamentally important about having the right enshrined in the primary legislation. So regardless of where you live, it's one of the reasons Who Cares and others have been campaigning on this, is that at the moment it varies enormously depending on where you happen to live, and you know how different local authorities and other organisations have chosen to invest in advocacy or not. So having that right enshrined is really important. How that right is then delivered in different places will inevitably look different, and that's the same for, I guess, lots of things. And that's where you know, the more detailed work would need to happen.
Yeah, thanks, Fraser. David, I'll probably come to yourself on the hearing system specifically, and then come to Fiona, because I think one of the other key things I think for me as well is how do we measure the effectiveness of advocacy? It's one thing having it in place, but how do we measure the effectiveness of it? But David, particularly on the hearing system and advocacy and that, I think it's a really important point as well. So just your thoughts on the advocacy and the hearing service.
It's hugely important. You're quite right. The vision of the Hearings for Children report is that children should have access to advocacy services from the very beginning, from the very first intervention by social work, police, or whoever the agency might be. And that advocacy is to enable them to understand what's happening, to have somebody who can translate to them what is happening around them, the process that's happening and what they can anticipate. Someone who can be with them when important things happen during the process. One of the key moments that we heard frequently about from our hearings, our voice, was the point at which children receive the papers for the children's hearing. Because sometimes they would receive a bundle of papers that would contain a huge amount of information they knew nothing about, of all the bad things that happened in their parents' lives. And it was the beginning of that creation of a stigma that they, as the child who have done nothing wrong, the life has happened to them, are caught up in the system because of what happened to their parents. An advocate who can highlight the good things in a child's life, what the child is able to do, and not what the child has been a victim of in their lives, to create that balance. So I could go on, but I'm really probably just preaching to the converted. That highlights the importance of advocacy. And sometimes in the children's hearing, legal advocacy is necessary because sometimes important legal points arise and have to be properly pled and argued. The structure of that remains to be seen. At the moment, in independent advocacy services, they seem fragmented, but they're becoming unified. There's now a national association. Many of these services are very small local charities. It might be only one or two people making themselves available to accompany people to hearings or to court or whatever. But it's a growing, I sense that there's a momentum building behind the development of advocacy services, and with that training and resources. It's well beyond my role to say more about that, but I think what I can say from years of experience working with third sector organisations, we shouldn't leave it to the third sector. It would be too big a burden to place on the third sector alone, but the third sector has a hugely important role to play in the provision of advocacy services, and how they are supported will be the key issue.
Thanks, David. And Fiona, probably just yourself, based on the points that Fraser's made and David's made in terms of that, and I said, a huge big advocacy services, if that makes sense, if you know what I mean, but having seen it work in practice, it can make a huge difference to where children are in the whole process, which can be an extremely troubling process for them as well. But just your thoughts on that, and particularly maybe come back to the point is how do we measure its effectiveness? I think is really important.
So you're right, it can have a huge impact, and actually it's easy to get wrong. So the independent point is really interesting. Again, during the care review and since, there's been conversations about who does the advocate work for. They're paid by one organisation, so do they work for me or do they work for the organisation they're paid for? And I think that comes back to an issue that I'm sure we'll get into, which is about funding. I think one of the things that would be great if government would do would be co-design an advocacy service with members of the care community and many of those organisations that are involved, and be clear about what skills and experience they have. So, if it comes via a local authority or a local authority commission and there's only one or two people appointed and they maybe don't have the right skills and experience to help that young person travel through their life, then that advocate's maybe not quite as useful as they need to be. There's also a question about how much of the advocacy needs to be face-to-face. Does it have to be local to you? For some children and young people, it might be support with a specific issue that actually they don't need to meet somebody for. With others, it might be, I want somebody to walk into my hearing with me. In terms of measuring effectiveness, I think there's a whole sort of pipeline. Do children understand their rights? Do they know what that means? Are they able to access their rights? Are they being upheld? Are they getting what they're entitled to in legislation in terms of statutory duties being delivered? Have they got a buddy? And those, if those things are happening, then you would see an uptick in a whole series of other data sets that we've touched on, around education, around housing, around mental health. Because children and young people and families, we're very keen that families get access to advocacy as well, separate to the advocacy support for their child in case they're not agreeing on issues. But are you seeing an improvement in those sort of associated data sets? That would be the type of information that we would want to see. And I don't know if Fraser just wants to say anything about the Promise Progress Framework or any of those data sets.
Maybe not. Not especially.
Okay.
Not just now. Thank you.
Any other hard questions?
That's very thankful. Yeah, that's very helpful.
Thank you, and Mr. McKinley maybe preempted what I was going to say. These are very valuable answers you're giving us, and very detailed, which is what we need. But there's a lot of committee members. We're at fault for starting late, so if we can constrain some of the answers, because we've got a second panel to go on to, but don't prohibit what you want to get across as well. It's vital. We'll move now to Bill Kidd.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you all for what you've given us so far, and I'm probably going to go over some of it again to a certain extent. But sections 5 and 6 of the bill deal with the guidance for public authorities and other organisations exercising public functions in relation to care experience. Submissions to the committee have called, had views stated that there's a need for further clarity to ensure the bill's proposal for guidance in relation to care experience actually is effective, if it really reaches the people that it requires to do. And the Promise Scotland and Children's Commissioner raised concerns regarding the privacy of care experienced people in relation to the whole proposal. Do you have concerns over how these proposals might be improved as we go forward, or do you think that they're working reasonably well at the moment?
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. I'll kick off. So, as you know, this the definition of care experience was something that the Independent Care Review thought really hard about, and certainly since I've been in this job for the last few years, I've learned that as many people as you talk to, you'll get a different view really as to what that should be. It's a very personal topic for people, and that we should never lose sight of. And the Independent Care Review was also really clear that the term care experience is something that a lot of people can identify with. It should be as broad and inclusive as possible. So we welcome the fact that the government is in this bill attempting to put some definition around that, and in particular the other stuff around language. I think there's been loads of great work done already, just through practice and through learning with the likes of Each and Every Child and others, thinking about how you destigmatise the language of care. So that work's happening, but enshrining some of that in legislation we think is a helpful step. The big question, though, as you say, is what you do with it. And I think that obviously is still a big unknown for us. And I think that it is a bit unclear in some places, because I think in the policy memorandum, the suggestion is that eligibility won't change as a result of the definition, at which point I'm kind of left slightly with well, what does it do then? So I think there is still work and more understanding and a bit of teasing out to do as the bill progresses to properly understand the extent to which any further regulation and guidance on the definition of care experience is then going to apply for things like eligibility and getting access to stuff. We've been recommending to officials for a while now that there's an exercise done to identify different rights and eligibilities through somebody's life. So again, rather than taking a kind of legislative approach to rights and eligibility, let's actually think about it as a person is brought into the world and engaged with the care system. What are the various entitlements that come with that, and what would that mean for guidance? So again, I feel like I'm maybe not answering your question, Mr. Kidd, but I think in terms of we think it's good that we're going down this route, because I think a broad definition of care experience is good. The stuff around language is also good, and there is a lot of teasing out to be done, I think, about what that guidance around the definition of care experience will actually be used for.
So, without going off at too much of a tangent, are you suggesting, are you, that as well as the guidance for public authorities, etc., and other organisations, you have to remember that it's the human experience of the people who's receiving the care that matters, actually, so that they don't feel isolated or different, I suppose, from other people?
Yeah, I mean, Fiona will be much better placed to talk to this, given the experience through the care review, but my experience of it is that there is always a bit of a tightrope, I think, in some of this, because the Promise both recognises that those in and around the care system do have particular needs and they experience particular things in their lives, which means that they require different kinds of support. And at the same time, we are absolutely clear that you need to avoid stigma and everything else that comes with that. That sometimes can be a fine balance to strike, and that's why I think the consultation that the government did on definitions, I think, probably gave them the answer that we would have expected, which is lots of people have lots of different views about it. So I'm not surprised that they found it difficult to really pin down a definition on the face of the bill. The downside of that is, as I say, you're kind of left with a question about, well, what actual practical implementation will we see through the regulations?
Thank you. And Fiona, you okay with that? Yep.
I can usefully add to that. I agree with everything that Fraser said, yes.
Well, thank you very much for that, and that was really worth your while there, Fraser. Thank you very much, and ours as well. Thank you. Thanks very much.
And I've never had witnesses respond so positively to my polite suggestions for brevity, so that is perfect. And we'll move now to John Mason.
Thanks very much, Convener. Maybe start with yourself, Ms Duncan. If you want to refer it to anyone else, that's okay. But the whole issue of excessive profits in the sector, and especially around residential care, and so I suppose the first question is, do you think excessive profits are being made, and do you think what the bill proposes, which I think is to give government power to do something, not actually to do something, is reasonable?
Yes, I do think excessive profits are being made. I'm conscious that brevity is my friend. The care review heard from lots and lots and lots of children and young people who knew that decisions that were being taken about their life were based on limited budgets. And what we were very, very careful about, right at the very end when we were finessing the final wording, was being clear that this is about making profit from children and young people and families and care experienced adults. It's not about the status of the organisation. So you can have organisations that are registered as companies but not making profit, and you can have organisations that are registered as companies and are making profit. So we were really careful not to talk about the structure of the organisation, but what the organisation was doing with the money it was receiving in order to look after children and young people. So to answer your question about the bill, I think this is a step and it will increase transparency. We've, as Fraser alluded to, we've been looking at all of the other submissions, and we know that there's some concerns about this, in particular from the voluntary sector, who have a concern that their ability to realise surplus from some of the contracts that they get from the state and use that surplus and their sort of mission might be seen as excessive profit. So we think there's a lot of work to do to be clear about how this would work in practice, what is meant by excessive, what would happen as a consequence. So
you're not against profit to some extent, but against excessive profit?
I suppose it depends what you mean by the word profit.
Yes. And we don't have that yet in the bill or anywhere.
We don't have that yet. And also, lots of the organisations, the not-for-profit organisations that I've spoken to, the charitable organisations that I've spoken to, would argue they don't make profit. They make a surplus and it's dedicated to achieving their mission, but they don't make a profit. So I think in terms of first principles, this is a good place to start to increase transparency, but there's a lot of work still required in order to be really clear about what is meant by this, how it will work in practice, which organisations it refers to, what excessive means.
Mm-hmm. And is there evidence either in Scotland or England or Wales or wherever that those organisations that are private and for-profit give a lower level of care than those that are charities?
So I think the evidence that has emerged over the last few years has come from the Competitions and Markets Authority report into where does the profit go? And that's the concern. In terms of the quality of care, I think it's really difficult to take two, say, residential care providers, say, two children's homes, and do a sort of matching of, are you a for-profit organisation or are you a voluntary sector organisation? And it really comes back to what Mr. Kidd said. It's about the children's experience and outcome. Mm-hmm. So how they choose to deploy the money that they have is really important. But in the situations that we're aware of where a certain fee is being charged and a low percentage of that or lowish percentage of that is being spent on the children and young people, and another slice of that money is going off to shareholders, dividends, offshore accounts, etc. It's those sorts of things that are worrying, especially when we have limited public funds. I don't know if you want to add anything.
If I can, Convener, briefly, I think this is a fascinating subject, so I'll try and be brief, Mr Mason, but it seems to me that this is one part of the promise which is at the same time both really simple but also really complicated. So the simple principle, I think, that the Independent Care Review identified is it's just not right for people to be making money looking after some of our most vulnerable and traumatised children. So there's an important point in principle here. And if you accept that point in principle, then a number of things subsequently follow. And I do get a wee bit concerned.
Can I just interrupt you? I mean, surely that's true of the whole public sector, that the public, no company building the Forth Bridge or anything else should be making excessive profits, because that also takes money away from kids and schools and everything else.
So But I suppose the point I'm trying to make, Mr Mason, is I'm not sure the independent care review took a view on excessive profit or not. It just said there shouldn't be any profit made, full stop. So, and to be really specific about that, I think the intention from the independent care review and the promise is people, shareholders, owners, taking money out of the business of caring for children and taking it out as profit. So that, for me, is quite different to a third sector organisation which might make a surplus and reinvest it into the delivery of care. So that's the kind of the starting point. Now,
so
there's
in a
loads
sense,
of
are you
questions.
arguing it's what happens to the profit is more important than whether there is a profit or not? So if it's non-profit distributing or like a charity, that would be better.
Well, so the principle is any money that's taken out of the business of caring for the children and into what I think most people would recognise as profit. Let's not get into debate about profit surplus definitions.
But I do think, just in passing, I think that is a key point in this. I mean,
I can tell Fiona's desperate to come back in, so I'll let you do that.
So there's a finite amount of money that's spent on a child's care, and the care review happened because campaigners were saying children and young people who grew up in and around the care system are not getting the best experience and the best outcome. So fundamentally, the argument is all of the money that the state has to dedicate to that child's or family or care experienced adult's well-being should be dedicated to them. So taking money out and spending it on, on dividends, etc., isn't the best use of those funds. The best use of those funds is ensuring that children and young people get the very best start in life, that families are supported to stay safe wherever possible, and that care experienced adults go on to thrive. That's the sort of fundamental principle behind it.
Yeah, and I'm certainly on board for that. Did you want to come in at this point, Sheriff Mackey? Or?
There's one particular point. This is again well out with my scope of expertise, and I defer entirely to Fraser and Fiona on this, but there's a horizon scanning point that in the world of adoption, Scotland doesn't do very well. Our adoptions take much longer and are much more expensive than anywhere else in the United Kingdom and possibly in Europe. It can be a traumatic experience for the child and for the adoptive parents. Coming down the road, there will be a big change. Practitioners know, especially following the research around the New Orleans model, that the ideal system is one that, first of all, has foster carers who are potential adopters. So we do have dual registration in Scotland in certain areas, and that's happening in practice. But that's a change which I personally expect to develop. And secondly, the research disclosed that judge-led processes with a statutory time limit, and the time limit itself doesn't matter whether it's 3 months, 6 months, 18 months, but a time limit for decision-making is a crucial factor. And so from that, my only submission to you is that we should avoid creating an environment in which vested interests can develop. We should disincentivise vested interests in keeping fostering and multiple placements. And any incentive should be towards the creation of an environment in which a child can anticipate having a single carer in their lives, a foster carer who might become an adoptive parent or a long-term foster carer. That's all I wanted to say. It's just a factor that is at the back of this.
Yeah,
thanks.
Because there's clearly an overlap here. I'm particularly interested in the financial side, but there's obviously the care side. I mean, the fact that we're... Sorry, yes?
Did you want to come back in?
Very briefly,
yes.
Convener, thank you. Just to finish the point I was making, Mr Mason, very briefly, which is the reason I tried to remind the committee of that principle is that there are then loads of gigantic questions about how you would go about doing this. And I understand people's concerns about that. It needs to be managed incredibly carefully. I think in Scotland we're at 47% or something private provision. So it needs to be managed very, very carefully. And in answer to your question, Mr Mason, about the evidence of differences in quality, the CMA report identified some of that, but mainly in England, where the scores seem to be a bit lower for private provision. I think the evidence is less clear in Scotland. So my point is that there are lots of debates to be had about financial transparency that apply across the board to anyone that's providing provision. There are clearly issues about quality of care that apply across the board, and I don't think there's an obvious, third sector good, private sector bad discussion there at all. But that is why reminding ourselves of what the principle is about is quite important, because I think there is a risk that we conflate some quite separate issues.
Okay. I mean, I think I'll probably explore this with other witnesses in future. But the fact that we're dealing with the idea of the fostering agencies would definitely be a charity, whereas the residential care, it's being kind of, we'll need to look at it a bit more. Is that a reasonable approach? Should the two be taken more
Yeah,
similar?
again, so interestingly, that's one of the areas that we've had a chance to explore a bit more since the bill's been published, because we had exactly the same kinds of questions. And I think and government will be able to tell you this themselves, but I think my understanding is it just recognises where the different, I'm going to use the word market for these purposes, where the different markets are. So I think there's something like 9 independent fostering agencies that are not charities currently, so it's a much smaller number. And I think there's already a requirement for fostering agencies to operate as not-for-profit. I think what that bit's about is kind of tightening up some potential loopholes in that, whereas the conversation around the residential care market is a much earlier conversation with much bigger consequences. So I think that's why there's different approaches.
No, that's helpful to understand that. If I can just make maybe a kind of round-up question, because I realise I don't think anyone's asking about the financial memorandum as a whole. So, I mean, it's talking about, once we get settled down, 29-30, we're talking about between 20 and 23 million pounds a year. And a big chunk of that, some of it's for the aftercare, except I don't like the term. Some of it's for the chairing and the running the hearings, and some of it's for the, forgotten what the third one is, the advocacy. Do you think that's overall is a reasonable figure, or do you think we're seriously under or over or anything?
July, I think it's light, almost certainly. And I am led here actually by some of the submissions that you've seen, and I'm sure we will see, because the Finance Committee are obviously looking at the financial memorandum specifically from people who are much closer to the detail of the numbers, so people like Who Cares and Advocacy, people like Social Work Scotland on the cost of social work. And I think importantly, and to be fair, I'm not sure this is just with this bill, I think historically we do have a bit of a habit of underestimating the amount of work that needs to go into preparing for change in financial memorandums. So the fact that the financial memorandums work on the basis of a steady state cost at a certain point, I think quite often underestimates, particularly in things like the aftercare provisions, how much would be required to get us to that steady state in the first place. Yeah. So I would certainly recognise a lot of the submissions I've read which would say that those appear to be a bit light probably, and some of the assumptions that underpin them I think we'll probably need to look at that again.
Okay, well, we'll follow that up as well. Did you want to say anything on that, Sheriff Mackey? You're okay. No. That's fine. Thanks, Convener.
Miles Briggs.
Convener, good morning to the panel. Thank you for joining us today. I wanted to touch upon a couple of issues. The first being register of foster carers. And a number of respondents to the call for views were supportive of a register in principle, but felt further detail was required on how that would actually work in practice. And given, and we've touched upon this already, a lot of what's in the bill will be set out in regulations at a later date. So I wanted to ask what the panel thought the potential impact of not having details set out in the guidance, how these proposals in the bill will actually improve the situation, and if there's anything specific they want to highlight with the committee in regard to that. And I'll come on to a couple of other questions after that.
To the care review, we were definitive. We felt this was something that needed to be looked at. And it really needed to be looked at for similar reasons that we've touched on in terms of how children and young people found their care. You know, the lack of consistency in terms of what foster carers were offering and what they felt able to offer. The sense, and David touched on this, that for some foster carers couldn't remember the names of all the children they'd looked after. They'd looked after so many over such a long period of time. And yet for children, and Ms Duncan Glancy touched on this, that going into that family home and then going into another family home was a really significant transition. Sometimes it meant that they hadn't spent time in their school or seeing their friends. So we feel that there's real opportunities to be had here if you created a national register. And then the point that David made, if that was a register of care, of children's care, maybe not just fostering but also adoption, and helped ensure that some of those transitions for the people who are fostering and adopting were easy to move from being a foster carer to an adopter. We think there's real opportunities. But we do think it needs more discussion and more thought. Yeah. And again, like you, Mr Briggs, we've been looking at the other submissions and looking at what other people have said and why they've said it. and we are conscious of some of the concerns around this and some of the opportunities.
Yeah, we've privately discussed some of my concerns in recent times around the lack of foster carers coming forward, specifically actually here in Edinburgh City Council area. And I just wondered if the concerns had been captured around whether or not there's unintended consequences within the bill where people might not come forward, whether or not these provisions would actually mean local authorities are retaining this or a national register, and what value that then presents. Because I think, Fiona, you really outlined importantly earlier the need for this to actually look to reduce bureaucracy, not just add more layers. And so I just wondered, in terms of some of those concerns, wanted to outline those, especially where we are currently with the bill.
So I think there's other issues at play here. You know, lots of people are finding that their children are staying longer, maybe longer than they expected, and therefore they don't have that spare room. You know, maybe 20 years ago, children were leaving home earlier, so that more families had spare rooms. People are retiring later, and therefore they maybe don't feel as if they've got the time. So there's lots of societal reasons as well that I think that foster carers the numbers are shrinking. Foster carers some are feeling that they're getting too old to support children and young people, and as I say, we're not necessarily getting younger people through. So there are a number of issues at play here. It isn't just, and it won't be solved simply by a foster care register, but it will create the conditions for a different conversation about what does good foster care look like, what's the optimum number, what will the optimum number be in 2030 and then 2035. So there's a series of conversations that need to be had here. Yeah. Do you want to add anything?
I think the only thing I would add is this is a classic example, I think, Mr Briggs, of needing to be really clear what else is happening around foster care and fostering, because, as Fiona says, the creation of a register of itself and the requirement for fostering agents to be charities is not going to fix the foster care crisis. So I think, you know, the recruitment selection campaign, everything else, the vision for foster care that government have put out are really important things here. It's another one of those where I think the fostering network and other fostering representative groups are saying that actually the creation of a register might make it more attractive for people to become foster carers. There are other people who equally tell you that it might put some people off. So it's kind of one of those where you pay your money, you take your choice to some extent, I think. But we can certainly see some potential advantages in the wider context of other things.
Yeah, thanks for that. I was interested, Children First circulated a very thorough briefing and highlighted some of the missed opportunities to strengthen the legislation, specifically pointing towards family group decision-making and to look towards improving consistency of financial support as well for kinship carers. Just wondered what your view was, because it does, looking at the bill, seem that kinship carers have kind of been left out. I don't know if the government are looking, as we've touched upon, to another bill which might in the future include them. But I just thought that was actually quite a stark missed opportunity, as they have highlighted, and just wondered what your views were on that at this stage of the bill and potential amendments at stage 2.
Yes is the short answer. So we think there are some areas where kinship in particular could be strengthened, Mr Briggs, and that's a conversation that we'll be having with government as we progress. And family group decision making, again, you know, we've been working really closely with Children First on that for some time now, and we think there is an opportunity to tighten up the existing kind of legislative provision around FGDM or family group conferencing, whatever else you want to call it, because we do think the evidence is very strong indeed that it makes a big difference, and it's obviously an important part of the work of the Hearing System Working Group as well.
I agree with that. I mean, there are a number of ways in which families can be engaged in their own decision-making, but family group decision-making, group conferencing, that sort of process has been identified, and the evidence is there to show that it stands out as the optimum means by which families can be engaged. And we shouldn't lose sight of just how important that is. Most importantly, it gives the children and the families that involvement in their own decision-making. And in a rights-based world, that's so important. But there are practical benefits too, in that families who can find a resolution with the support of a social worker or somebody acting as an intervener, can avoid getting into the formalities of the children's hearing system, avoid some of the formalities of the care system. And so we shouldn't underestimate the importance of that. And it's a bit of a missed opportunity. There may be opportunities later to bring that in, but to think in terms of family group decision making as a right and entitlement is, I think, the point we should be at. One day, somebody in their early 20s will challenge all of us and say, why wasn't I given that opportunity? I went through a care system and now I know I could have been involved in the process, but I wasn't. Nobody told me that I could do that. And that's what we should bear in mind.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And I think, capturing the principles of good transition, I'm not sure I could say that this bill does that. And so hopefully there's an opportunity to really strengthen that. I've highlighted to committee some of my concerns of CSOs being removed at 16, and I'm not sure this would necessarily prevent that practice still taking place with local authorities. But anyway, maybe come in later. Thanks, Convener.
Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you and good morning. Thank you for coming along today. I'm going to ask questions regarding the changes to children's hearings. In regards to the suggestion of single-member panels, some of the calls for views, I think it's been quite split. Some are for them, some are against them. So, first of all, I'd like to ask your views on them, but also what level of decision-making do you think that a single person panel should take? Can I come to you first, Sheriff Mackey?
Yes, Mr. Barr. I think this is a welcome provision. I don't think we should be scared about entrusting single members with certain decisions. Substantive decisions which might result in a compulsory supervision order or measures relating to directly relating to a child should, I think, be taken by a 3-member panel. And I've no hesitation in that. But there are many procedural decisions that are capable of being taken by a single member. The bill introduces the notion of a single member dealing with grounds. And I personally have no difficulty with that, although I do think that we should perhaps think in terms of leaving that to chairs rather than single members. We may come on to the difference between chairs and ordinary members. But even in cases in which the grounds are unopposed, sometimes some quite difficult issues of evidence arise, drawing inferences from forensic evidence in determining whether an injury is deliberate or not, in addressing the criminal standard of proof against the standard of balance of probabilities. It's not always that difficult, but there might be some consideration to restricting the pool of members who deal with grounds hearings. But for my part, I don't think we should be scared of it. I quite understand the concerns of some of the submissions and some of the organisations around undermining the concept of the children's hearing and the integrity of it. But if I go right back to the very beginning, you will look in vain in the Cole-Brandon report for any rationale for choosing a 3-member panel. We don't know why they did that. We think they were influenced by the Scandinavian model of youth panels and youth tribunals. But there's no particularly strong argument in support of having 3-member panels for every decision. And of course, there's a balance to be struck between the level of the decision and the administrative and bureaucratic challenges of convening a panel of 3 for what might be a very simple procedural decision.
So you're kind of, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but single panel person with the relevant experience would, in some cases, be better than 3-member panel.
I wouldn't say better than.
Well,
I'm really saying there's no reason not to.
No.
Because, for example, the establishment of grounds is probably the highest level at which I could imagine a single panel member making decisions. That's a decision which is essentially based on fact and assessing information. It's a decision that stops short of addressing the needs of the child and making decisions that will impact on that child in the future. And that's the point at which I think we should draw a line. Any decision that's going to introduce services or change the child's status or place of residence, these are the important decisions that really need the input of the whole panel.
Okay, thank you very much. Fiona Duncan, would you like to come in?
Just briefly, I think that for lots of children and young people and families who are in and around the care system, the delays in decision making can increase anxiety, and I think what David's outlined would speed up some of the processes.
Okay. Mr McGinley, would you like to add anything?
No, thank you. Nothing to add.
I'll move on quickly to, I think you touched upon it briefly, about the remuneration or paid allowances. Again, I would like your views on whether you think it should happen or not.
We at the working group arrived at the recommendation that chairs should be remunerated by the journey I described earlier. We realised that we were building a role for a chair, and especially an expectation that that person would be there on a regular basis to be the chair at as many of the child's hearings as possible. Or there might be one or two chairs that the child would become familiar with. And that was to meet the concerns of young care experienced people. The thing that troubled them most was having a panel of different people at every hearing making decisions in their lives, having to repeat their story. So we imagined this role for the chair, and that is what led us to realising that this is something that we're creating a job here that somebody should be paid for. Yeah. We didn't introduce the notion of remuneration for its own sake. That's how we got there. And having established that notion, we realised, well, what about the other panel members? Should they be remunerated? And that got us thinking, well, as a matter of fairness, perhaps they should. And we didn't put too much weight on that. But we realised that the remuneration of panel members actually could have an impact on the diversity of panels. Because at the moment, the only people who can be panel members are those who can afford to be. And there are an amazing 3,000 or so people who commit a huge amount of their lives to doing this job. But the fact of the matter is that the only people who can be panel members are the ones who can afford to. The young people wanted panel members to whom they could relate. They wanted younger panel members who might have the same career aspirations as them. The same backgrounds, and I hesitate to categorise people, but panel members who might have a care experience would be good. But interestingly, not as important as just having somebody they could relate to. Now, those younger people, the sort of people that the care experienced young people who are advising us were talking about, are people who might not be able to afford to give up their time. They might not be able to afford childcare to cover for their absence or a day off work. So a combination of remuneration for those panel members and flexible timing of hearings, out with business hours, out with school hours, we saw as a means of improving the diversity of panel members. And we can't get away from the fact that it is an ever-diminishing group of volunteers that the children's hearing system is calling upon. And through that process, we might expand the pool of potential volunteers to act as panel members. And I still call them volunteers, paid or not. If they don't want the remuneration, they don't need to take it. I mean, I was encouraged to mention this, because I've never mentioned it since I've done this job, but I was offered remuneration to this job, but I said, no thanks, I don't need it, I don't want it. I'm doing this because of its importance to me and to the children that we support. So those panel members who can afford not to have remuneration, well, they're at liberty not to take it. But let us not obstruct the opportunity for others by withholding any kind of financial support.
I absolutely understand what you're saying about the chair, where possible, being the same chair for the same person moving forward. And would you see, sorry, I'm going off my topic a little bit, but would you see where the other panel members, that could be beneficial if they were the same as well, so that the child, the young person, would possibly have stability during the decision making?
Absolutely. We realise that in the real world, having all three panel members the same throughout is a practical impossibility. But we thought we could do that with the chair. But I know through a constructive and imaginative management of panel members and Children's Hearing Scotland, from whom you'll be hearing, I think, will probably say more about this. They are, I think, endeavouring to find ways of managing panel members so that, as much as possible, the same panel members are continuing to be seen in the same hearings involving the same children. It's certainly an aspiration, but not one that I think we should legislate for.
Okay, thank you very much. Fiona Fraser, do you have different opinions, or would you like to offer anything else? If not, I'll pass back to the convener.
Thank you, David.
See, I'm quick.
Okay, thank you. Just since we're on hearings then, I'll maybe just delve a little further into this with you, Sheriff Mackey. Your working group recommended that the obligation on a child to attend at hearings should be replaced with a presumption. The bill removes the obligation but doesn't include the presumption. What do you think of that, and what concerns do you have about that? And should there perhaps be a difference in the types of hearings that there should be an obligation or a presumption that a child attends?
I think it's a constructive change to remove the obligation. And again, I think in a world in which there are numerous ways in which people can attend personally or virtually, we should explore these as much as possible. And while we're removing the compulsion to attend, we need to balance that with recognising the importance of the child's attendance, if at all possible, because the child's voice will not be heard. The child's voice will be lost if they don't attend. And so, alongside the withdrawal of the compulsion to attend, there really should be a form of encouragement to attend, an expectation that they will attend, and supports in place to support them to attend. That links to a certain extent with the provision of independent advocacy services, and it's something that should be repeated at every stage for a child. There may be some hearings, some processes the child isn't interested in, but there may be some they are interested in. But they need to be reminded, they need to be told, and they need to be informed about what's happening. And
therefore, do you think that's an area that should be strengthened in the bill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it would benefit from being strengthened with some provision of supports and encouragement to attend and a presumption that they will attend.
Yeah. And then you also recommended, or the group recommended, the abolition of grounds hearings. And from your evidence and from the Promise Scotland, it seems that you're still of that view. Can you explain where the bill doesn't go as far as you would like, and again, what would be the difficulties if the bill remains as is, or should it be strengthened in that area as well about grounds hearings?
The starting point is that grounds hearings are difficult, as I touched on before, and we heard from families and from children that they wanted the ground hearings to be taken away from the children's hearing, and so we realised that this could be done in cases where the grounds of referral are not opposed. We saw no reason why there had to be a hearing at all. In practice, these cases are, to a large extent, a formality nodded through. And it would not be difficult to find a means of allowing these cases to be processed administratively, probably by the chair, being given the relevant papers and making an assessment as to whether the facts supported the grounds for referral and making a determination. It would not be a rubber stamping exercise. If they were not satisfied with the evidence, they could say so. They could refuse to hold grounds as established, or they could call for additional evidence. These are processes that are embedded in our judicial system, and it's a process that would not be difficult to incorporate. And that would avoid any hearing at all, and it would mean that the child's first experience of a children's hearing would be a substantive hearing where they were discussing what's to happen. The grounds would only be referred to the extent they had to be referred to in order to have that discussion. What the bill does is to stop short of that. And in many ways, the bill is reinforcing the grounds hearing system by requiring a grounds hearing in really every other case. There are ameliorations in the sense that the bill introduces the possibility of grounds being accepted by relevant persons only if the child is incapable of understanding or is not in attendance or doesn't engage. And that's a benefit, that's a good point, a good way of approaching it. The bill introduces an opportunity for the chair to have a discussion with the child and the family before the hearing, the grounds hearing. And I think the policy thinking behind that is to allow for a more truncated grounds hearing where it becomes less traumatic. I've got reservations about that because you cannot get away from the requirement for the chair to go to have the child know and understand the facts and the grounds for referral and to say whether they're accepted or not, and the relevant persons to the parents and other relevant persons. So while there's been that attempt to make the grounds hearing a better experience, it's still going to take place, and I don't think it addresses the need that we tried to address in the report by dispensing with grounds hearings altogether.
Can I take Pam Duncan-Glancy in at this point?
Thank you, Convener. I think the evidence you've provided on this is really helpful and clear. Thank you. Just one question I have. Do you think would you imagine a greater proportion of cases going to a sheriff in the absence of a grounds hearing, or do you not see that as a concern at all?
No, I don't see that as a concern at all. The cases in which the grounds are opposed will still go to the sheriff. I don't think that we have no reason to expect that number will change. And the current setup of the bill, I think, will pretty much maintain the status quo as far as that's concerned.
Thank
you. Okay. Willie Rennie.
You've been very compelling and convincing about the extra bits that should be in the bill, the extra measures. I think you've set out in a very positive way. The fact that they're not in the bill, does that not tell us something, though, about our progress for delivering the promise itself? The third sector organisations, the charities, the other bodies that I meet are pretty underwhelmed and flat by the bill. They were hoping for a lot more, whether it was family group decision making, the kinship carers aspect, the child plan that you refer to, Sheriff Mackey. Others have talked about community alternatives to police custody, not in. Is this not an admission by the government itself that it's actually not on track to deliver the promise? The fact that it's not included these measures in this bill, is that not a kind of an acknowledgement, which they've refused to accept up until now, that they're just not on track?
So, Mr. Rennie, you know this, we're 5 years into a 10-year programme, and until the promise is kept every day to every child, every care experienced adult, every family, everywhere, the promise won't be kept until that's the situation in Scotland. This bill is a step towards that, but as you've articulated and as you've seen in your submissions, it doesn't capture everything. It isn't just the points that that you've made about the things that are absent and that would actually help speed up pace. The Oversight Board's Report 3 said we're on the right path, but we're behind progress. So it doesn't necessarily speed up progress everywhere. It is also the things that, as we talked about earlier, the reduction in bureaucracy, the making it easier for the workforce. There's a series of things that we would have liked to have seen. I mean, you will expect this from me. I remain committed to making sure this is the best bill it can be, and that we get it over the line, and that we do everything that we can at this moment that we have to speed up pace and to improve performance. But definitely more needs to be done.
My question is, though, I suppose, is this an acknowledgement for the first time by the government that they don't think, because of you retold the story about your engagement with chief social workers, about how overstretched they are, the lack of capacity in the system. Is this not the government acknowledging that that is true, and that if we carry on as we are, we will not deliver the promise on schedule?
That's not my impression. What I've found difficult about this process is that from during the period of consultation and then the drafting of the bill, decisions have been made to leave certain things out and to include certain things, and even in the consultation to introduce something utterly unexpected in the form of the legal member, and we don't have time for me to talk about that. So decisions have been made on these levels of detail. My impression is that these weren't decisions taken by the Minister, but somehow decisions have been made. And with things like family decision-making not in, and some of the other elements that you've touched on, they're simply not here for us to discuss. They're not on the agenda. What troubles me is I don't understand how that decision process has taken place. I don't know what has influenced those decisions, what's been the driving force behind them. I have this possibly naive notion that we have the report, the government accepting most of our recommendations with or without conditions. I'm wondering why we're not just rolling up our sleeves and getting on and doing the whole lot. But that's a passionate champion for young people speaking and not a politician.
Fraser?
So your point about chief social work officers, I think, is well made. You'll have seen Social Work Scotland's response, which I think is very thoughtful, and actually, as I said to them, that I think we would agree with a lot of the analysis in their response. We've just ended up with a different conclusion, which is we would like to see the bill progress and pass, and Social Work Scotland are suggesting that it should be, or at least parts of it should be paused. And I completely respect that view. So I think to some extent, I mentioned earlier on, I think this bill was always going to be one where there were people who were going to think it was not ambitious or wide-ranging enough, and there were going to be people who are saying, even in its current state, with all the stuff that isn't in it, it still has the potential to tip the system over. So maybe this is the government's response to that. I think I would also come back to the thing I said earlier, which is this is why it's really, really important that everyone's really clear about what else is happening to deliver some of the things that isn't in the bill. Because that, for me, in the same way I think that the risk with the way the children's hearing system bit of the bill is framed, there is a risk that we lose sight of the vision that the hearing system working group set out for the children's hearing system, inquisitorial, foundation of whole family support being critically important, and all the other things that the report says need to be in place in order for it to work. I think the same applies to the bill overall and the promise. I think there's a real risk that we lose sight of what the promise overall is saying and how these things can contribute to some of those, because some of these are very specific, which are good things in their own right. Part of our job, I think, is to ensure that everyone remembers what the entirety of the programme needs to look like.
Okay, thank you.
George Adam.
Vina, good morning, everyone. I was struck by what Fiona said earlier on, because I'm kind of emotional guy, and when you said about you don't stop caring for your children at 16, so the idea of you stop caring, the language, I get it, because my own daughter's 32 today, and I'm currently trying to negotiate, she's in Edinburgh, for her to come and visit her old dad at his work, and that's proving difficult. but I agree with the language, but that's nothing to do with what I was going to ask about. Sheriff Mackey, you said that the bill is most notable by what's not in it, the bill itself, and we're agreed on engagement wasn't great, but it's got better since the bill's been publicised or published, sorry. And not all of it, I think Fraser said, not all of it's going to be in legislation, what we want to try to achieve with the bill as well. And I think Fiona said that the bill's part of the process. There may be another bill down the line, there may be other kind of ways of doing things as well. So for me, as a backbench MSP scrutinising this, what are the key things that you want me to be looking at, or what you want to look at over this period of stage 1 and then progressing into stage 2, how we can make this part of the process better?
Well, legislators are always resistant to having simple declaratory provisions in statutes, but there's one that I think merits a place in this bill, and that is some kind of provision identifying the children's hearing system as an inquisitorial, non-adversarial process. Those two expressions are interchangeable in modern jurisprudence, but the importance of this cannot be underestimated. Such a provision would provide the chairs of children's hearings with a foundation of authority that they could use to administer hearings. And it gives them access to a rights-based approach, which would give them strength in the hearings, and it would give everybody else engaged in the hearing an understanding that the inquiry is one that's being led by the panel and by the chair, and it's not an adversarial process in which one party is trying to get a result against another. And an example of how that impacts is that if it was a contest, then everybody in the room would have to hear every single word that the other party said. Otherwise, the fairness of the tribunal would be lost. In an inquisitorial process, that doesn't happen. The chair can say to people, as I've suggested earlier, that we know all we need to know about your position. We understand our decision will affect your life. We don't need to hear it anymore, but it'll help us now if we can hear from the child on their own or from this person on their own. We need you to leave the room. And chairs can do that already. The 2021 rules of procedure on children's hearings give the chair that sort of power. But what they lack at the moment is the expertise on the legal on human rights law and the authority, the sense of personal authority and confidence to actually use these powers. So that's one. I've mentioned family group decision making. I don't need to say any more about that. I think there was an opportunity lost there. And the child's plan, I've also mentioned. I won't enunciate the reasons. I've talked about that already, but these are key elements that should be in the bill, in my view. Advocacy is in the bill, but it's in a different context. And so I would like to see the provision of advocacy to reflect the need for children to have the availability of independent advocacy within the children's hearing process at the earliest possible stage of intervention. Okay. I think I'll stop there. There are others, but I think that those are the headline points that I think we need.
Okay, Fiona?
So I would maybe take a step further back. I think we've given you some detail in our submission. I think the questions I would hope that this committee would be asking themselves is, what's this bill for and who's it for? And to your point, let's not lose sight of who this bill is for. We are at a critical moment. We're at the midpoint of the promise being kept. So what do we need? And we've laid out the 4 tests that we think this bill needs to be assessed against. You know, is it in keeping with the Independent Care Review's conclusions and the work that has followed since then? Will it get us over the line by 2030, to Mr Rennie's point? Will it help overcome the barriers and build new bridges in terms of the work that's been done over the last 5 years? And are you finding all the opportunities that you need to listen to the voices of the people who the promise was made to? And that's people that maybe weren't involved in the care review but have come forward since, that have identified some really deep-rooted challenges within the current delivery. And I guess I would just ask you to do whatever is needed to make this the best bill it can be at this point and get it over the line, because I think without it, to the point that Mr Rennie made, not only is the 2030 horizon a challenging horizon, but if we don't have this, it will be more challenging.
Very briefly, I think on that last point, I think you know, we would all recognise that there are no guarantees about what legislation may or may not come forward in the next parliamentary term. So I think there's something about that that's important to bear in mind. As Fiona says, we've laid out in our submission some of the things that we think should be considered. I'll only mention two because we haven't really come up today. That whole thing about early help and support for families is critical to the keeping of the promise, and there is a lot of work in government happening around whole family support. We think there's an opportunity to strengthen and enshrine some of that through this legislation. And the other thing I really should mention, and I'm sure you'll be hearing much more about it in your next panel, is the fact that at least two bits of the Act are currently not compliant with UNCRC Act because they amend Acts of Parliament that predate the Scottish Parliament. And so, like many others have said, we would like that to be looked at and to find ways in which those can be brought into the purview of the UNCRC Act.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Ros McCall.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for all the evidence you've given. It's been very detailed and I appreciate it. I'm going to zoom back a bit, if that's okay, because all three of you have been not only there with a vision, but have been involved right from the inception when this moves through its process. And we know where we are, and we know what we're trying to get to. And the big key to that is going to be the implementation and how it is actually enacted after that. So, very general question. Does the bill provide the correct avenues to achieve that? Does it have the money attached to do so? And in your opinion, what are the unintended consequences that we need to be mindful of as we go through this process? And I'm happy to have an answer from all three. Fraser, your light's on. We'll start with you.
So it is. Thank you for that. Does it provide the correct avenues? I think up to a point. I think we have been saying to officials really for some time now that we need to learn some lessons from previous bits of legislation, the most obvious one being the Children Care and Justice Act. Because I think my sense reading and watching that bill pass through Parliament was that the majority of people supported the principles of that bill, and in the end some people didn't feel they could support it because they weren't convinced about implementation, and then subsequently I think we've seen some of the challenges that come with that. So there are definitely some lessons to be learned there, and that then does lead to the thing I said earlier about the financial memorandum. So I think that does need some more interrogation, and there'll be others better placed to do that than I am, Ms McCall. And I think, so I think, as I said earlier on, implementation, sequencing, both in terms of what's in this bill, but really importantly, what's still to come in from other bits of legislation. So we've mentioned one already in relation to the children's hearing system and increasing numbers of 16 and 17-year-olds coming in. There are various aspects of other bits of legislation that are either progressing or waiting to be commenced that will have knock-on implications for the stuff that's in here, and that's really important. And my final point would be that when we do get into, assuming it passes, some of the detailed work around guidance, regulations and other things, the way that process is done is really critical. It needs to be properly engaging. It needs to properly hear the voice of those that are most affected by it. And I think, as I say, it needs to be done with a confidence that the resources are going to be supporting it, because I think that would still be a concern that many people would have and I would share.
Thank you. Fiona, anything to add?
I think the one thing that I'm sure the committee will want to do, and Fraser touched on this a moment ago, that if you look at the Promise Scotland submission and Social Work Scotland's submission, we looked at the same information, we did the same analysis, but we reached a different conclusion. So your point about unintended consequences, I think it's really important for the committee to scrutinise those alongside one another and be clear about, who fell down where and why.
Okay, thank you. And Sheriff Mackey.
I've really nothing to add to that, except to say that Fraser's point about improvements happening without legislation are important, and that's especially so in relation to the children's hearing. Alongside this legislation, we have the Redesign Board doing incredibly important work, developing changes in practice in the children's hearing. And it would undoubtedly benefit all of us to have more vision on what's happening there. And that's coming. That level of engagement is definitely happening, and there's good work taking place there. But very soon we'll begin to see the actual implementation of changes there, and it'll be important to keep sight of that alongside the legislation, and thus avoid unintended consequences of any clash.
Very helpful. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. And just finally, Sheriff Mackey, can I take advantage of you being here just to tease out a couple more things around your evidence? We've already discussed some of the language used and it's difficult to follow. Is the principle around that language correct and it just needs redrafting, or is there more significant problems? Is it simply changing some of the words and how they're written, or is there a more fundamental problem, particularly around that section 90?
I think, well, fundamentally, I think it's unnecessary. I've reached the conclusion that it makes so little change and reinforces the hearing system, but actually introduces unnecessary complications. Okay. I think we've possibly lost sight of the level of discretion and authority that the chair of a panel already has to do what's necessary. The one biggest change is that one of allowing reporters to refer direct to the sheriff. Yeah. So it is. I think it's unnecessary. But I think there is a point here that the obligation of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child devolves on legislators as well. Mm-hmm. And I think I don't blame parliamentary draftsmen at all. They've got a very, very difficult job to do, to dot the I's and cross the T's. And in this case, has led them down this tunnel of impossible language that they've had to produce. I don't particularly blame them because they're following their normal practice. But there's the result. It doesn't need to be like that. Yeah. And I think that if we took a challenge upon ourselves to write laws that were clear and simple, then we could show an example to the wider world that can actually be done. I'm told, and I haven't seen it yet, that Slovenia did something like that in relation to adoption, and I'm going to be searching for that. But I think that's a challenge we should all take on, especially our draftspeople.
Yeah, I think a number of us will be searching for that. So if you find it first, please do inform the committee. Can I also just say we had quite a lot of responses to our call for views that were supportive of the provision to expand the circumstances under which the relevant person can be temporarily excluded from a hearing. Mm-hmm. Now, Sheriff Mackey, you raised some potential difficulties with assessing whether someone is causing significant distress to a child. Yeah. And you're looking at maybe a more rights-based approach that could be adopted. Could you briefly explain how that would work?
Well, thank you for raising that. Yes, the provisions that are in the bill place upon the panel a very subjective judgment as to whether a child is unduly affected, or I've lost sight of the phrase, but it's a judgment that I think is a very dangerous one to offer them. I mentioned already the case of that lady, mm-hmm. a woman who's been a victim of severe domestic abuse, but in the panel she was composed, she spoke, and everybody thought she did okay. She did anything but. Inside she was jelly. Children do the same. It's well known, there's lots of evidence that children will come into a room, they'll smile at the parent who abused them, they'll sit beside people that they'll give outward appearances of what people expect of them. And so I'm very reluctant to give panel members such an important judgment about distress. If a rights-based approach were taken, it would work like this. That woman might let it be known that I can't be in the same room as that man at the same time. And the chair would then be able to manage that. And they have the existing powers. They don't need new legislation. The chair could say, OK, we'll manage it. So we'll have one person in the room at a time. And it can be done. I've done shuttle diplomacy with child welfare hearings in the same context in court. A child can let it be known at their get-to-know meeting with the chair ahead of the hearing that they don't want to be in the same room as some person, or they don't want to be there without somebody else. And again, the chair can manage that. They have the powers already to do that.
So can I just confirm that while some people think this is important, you think it would cause undue difficulties to assess it and to achieve it, and there are current existing powers that allow a chair to carry this function out?
There are existing powers. And it comes back to the importance of recognising that this is an inquisitorial, non-adversarial process.
Mm-hmm.
The job of the panel is to make sure they have all the information they need to be able to make the decision. They're not balancing one argument against another. That might be part of it, but that's not the essence of the job. The job is to make the decisions about what is in the best interest of that child, and to take cognizance of the impact on other people who have rights, Article 6 rights, family members usually. But they can do that in a more fragmented way in an inquisitorial process than if it were an adversarial process. And so that's why I highlighted the importance of that element.
Yep, that's very helpful. Our questions have been wide-ranging, as have your answers, which I think shows just the scope of this bill. But we do appreciate your time, and if we haven't covered points, we've certainly got it in your written evidence, which was comprehensive and very much appreciated by the committee, and will help to form our conclusions on stage one. Can I again thank you for staying beyond your allocated time, and I'm going to briefly suspend to allow for a change of witnesses, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much and welcome back. Can I welcome our second panel of witnesses today and reiterate my apologies that we're running behind, so I'm grateful that you have been patient with us, and I think you're able to remain for the session. And can I formally welcome Claire Burns, Director, Celsius, Kate Thompson, Policy Officer, Children and Young People's Commissioner Scotland, Katie Nisbet, Head of Legal Policy, Clan Childcare, and Maria Galley, Convener, Child and Family Law Subcommittee at the Law Society of Scotland. I think we'll pick up a lot of what we've heard in the previous panel, and one of Fraser McKinley's final points was about how some of this legislation adds on to the 1995 Act. I think it is the Children Scotland Act 1995, and therefore, because it's pre-devolution, is out with the UNCRC and ability to appeal and such like. What's your concerns? We certainly had a lot of submissions. It's one of the big issues that's come through our call for evidence. This is something that's been highlighted by a number of people, and as I say, Mr McKinley mentioned it towards the end of the last session. Would anyone like to explain their concerns about it and what can be done to resolve those concerns? Ms Thompson.
Yes, good morning. Yes, so we have some concerns regarding the issue of scope in the UNCRC. So some of the sections that are in this bill have been drafted in a way where they are out with the scope of the Incorporation Act. And so those are sections 1, 2 and 10 of the bill. And with them being outside the scope of the 2024 Act, that means that you're not able to challenge the exercise of these functions when they're incompatible with the UNCRC. So we have some concerns that this gap was not something that was identified in the supporting documentation, including in the CREA, which is something I might speak more about at a later stage, the process of the CREA, because essentially this has been a drafting choice that has been made. Our understanding more widely is that this is that the drafting guidelines hasn't been updated since the UNCRC Incorporation Act came into force. If these were put as standalone sections, not amending the older legislation, which is out with the scope, then that could be something which could rectify that. There are a range of ways that it could be done, and it's quite a complex procedure. It's something that's not just affecting this bill, but other bills, including the housing bill, which is at stage 3 now, and there's ongoing discussions regarding some of the provisions in that as well, and what can be done to rectify that. But we're at real risk of undermining the intention of the UNCRC Act and leaving children without enforceable rights in very key areas, such as their experience of care.
I just ask then, since the housing bill is more advanced, are there any lessons we can learn as how that was approached at stage 1 and stage 2, do you think, or is there still further work that needs to be done?
I think there's still further work that needs to be done, and we're certainly involved in some of those discussions and happy to continue those discussions as they relate to this bill. The slight difference with the housing bill is that was drafted before the Incorporation Act came into force, and this was drafted after. So I think our hope had been that the drafting guidance might have changed in the interim, but our concern is that it doesn't appear to have been done, and also in the CREA process that gap wasn't identified as an issue.
Okay, Ms Galley, because you're joining remotely, just indicate if you want to come in, but the Law Society obviously has an interest here, and your subcommittee has been looking at this bill. Have you got anything you want to add on this point? And I also understand you want to just make a brief opening remark about where you're giving evidence from today.
Absolutely, and thank you to the committee members for the invitation to attend to give evidence. I'm doing so on behalf of the Law Society of Scotland, as you've said, Convener. As I'm dialling in from Sydney, it is customary for anyone giving any public speeches or giving evidence anywhere to begin their presentations with a short acknowledgement of country, and I would like to do that in terms of acknowledgement of the traditional owners of the land here in Australia from where I come, and the elders past and present. And in answer to your question, the Law Society has been very concerned from the outside of first seeing this bill of exactly this point that you've raised, and Kate has clearly outlined the major difficulty that there is. In effect, what it means for children and young people is that they do not have the justiciable rights. So if we're creating new rights, they would not be able to exercise their rights to access to justice or an effective remedy under the new UNCRC Act. And it seems folly to proceed on this basis. We were concerned that in addition to not meeting the vision of the promise, the bill as a whole, but particularly these provisions that fall out with the scope of the UNCRC Act, will not be met and not be upheld, and will not fulfil the commitment that was made by the then Cabinet Secretary in November 2023, where she indicated that absolutely, in order to attempt to ensure that the UNCRC scope was as wide as possible in protecting rights for children and young people, that primary legislation rather than secondary legislation would be considered in the very first instance. But the other gap that we are concerned about is that there has been various commitments, and when Fiona Duncan talks about the streamlining of the legislative framework, the commitments that were promised and made to have a really good scrutiny and audit of the existing legislative landscape, and Fraser indicated earlier the extent of it that was identified in the care review, and that audit and that assessment of where the legislative gaps exist hasn't been done.
Thank you very much. Ms Nisbet.
Thank you. Really, just to reiterate what's just been said, we have concerns about the fact that in a bill that's been laid subsequent to the UNCRC Act passing, that there has not been an attempt to ensure that all parts of it are within the scope of the Act, and thus meaning that children are able to enforce rights where they are breached. It's particularly concerning when, I think, as Maria has alluded to, that there was an undertaking that there would be some sort of audit of out-of-scope legislation with a view to proposing some sort of plan to start bringing things into scope. And not only have we not seen any evidence of that, with new legislation coming through, there's no attempt then to, at least on a piecemeal basis, ensure that rights can be protected to their fullest by keeping them within scope of the Act.
Ms Burns is...
Just to say we would agree on ourselves as well that it's our concern as well, if it doesn't fall within the scope of the UNCRC, that we need to look at ways of remedying that. You've got much greater legal minds here than mine who might come up with that. But again, I would just reiterate the point that that Maria's made as well about the concern from the sector around where are the attempts. You know, they've made it really clear that they feel that the legislative landscape is cluttered, it's complicated, you know, and where are the attempts to try and remedy that. And then I think there are good things in this bill, probably a position that Fiona takes, but actually greater attention will need to be made to that alignment, coordination, phasing of legislation.
And just how we've got to this stage where so many of our respondents have highlighted this as a concern. The government presumably knew what they were doing. They have engaged in some ways, and they were aware of issues with other bills. So is it the case, in your understanding, that this was a decision that they have taken, not a consequence of not fully understanding what would happen here? Is anyone able to? I know we'll put that to the Minister for sure, but there certainly should be awareness, given what you've said, Ms Thompson, about the housing bill and such like. And then secondly, again, you may not be able to answer it, but if you've got any ideas, is there a way of resolving this? And is it only once we get to stage 2 with amendments, or could the government say something when they come to committee to discuss this bill ahead of the stage 1 vote, do you think?
I would have hoped that there was an awareness prior to the legislation being drafted, and that there would be awareness within the team of drafters as well. I can't comment beyond that. as to why it's been drafted in the way it has. In respect of resolving the matter, I would think that it's likely that that would have to happen with stage 2 amendments. That is the process which was ongoing in relation to the housing bill, with not a suitable stage 2 amendment wasn't proposed there, but there is we've put forward what we think is a suitable amendment for stage 3, which we know is being considered, but hasn't been brought yet. So I would say that that has to be explored. One of the ways is that the sections could be reenacted as standalone sections in the Act themselves, so not mending old legislation. One of the issues with that is that it certainly adds into some of the problems that were discussed in the previous panel, which are regard to the complex legal legislative landscape that involves the care system, because it's adding in another act and more places where you have to look to find the correct provisions. But that's a wider issue. We would say certainly it's fundamental that new legislation is in scope for UNCRC.
And again, I always at this final point before I go to other members, can you imagine a reason, a rationale then that the government have decided to do this, and what their response will be, and what would you say to any suggested counter-argument to what you are unanimously saying this is the wrong approach? The government have probably thought about this and have decided they want to go down this route. Is there any counter-argument you can imagine they would come up with, or do you think they do need to change this at stage 2?
I mean, I think they need to change it at stage 2. Would be my submission. I know that there was a counter argument made. I can only compare to what happened in the process of the housing bill, which I think that there was a layer of misunderstanding about the scope issue when stage 2 proceedings were ongoing, and we were beginning to have discussions surrounding that. Because it is a rather complex matter and requires legal analysis. So I think that there was a level, perhaps, of misunderstanding. And I would hope that after those discussions that that misunderstanding is somewhat cleared up, and that it might be a smoother process in relation to this bill.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to dwell on that so much, but there have been quite a lot of responses to our call for evidence on it. Can I move now to Pam Duncan-Clancy?
Thank you, Convener. Good morning. I think it's still morning. I feel like I've been here so long, I'm wondering if it's still Wednesday. I appreciate the answer so far. I just want to ask a kind of general question before I move to further questions on aftercare, potentially in advocacy. So, and the Convener can keep me right as to which area I should focus on. In the submissions, a number of, obviously, people have picked out the issue with the UNCRC, and I think we've just been really clear on the record about what that is. But further to that, Kate Thompson, your submission says the bill has a potential to have a negative impact. Can you set out a little bit more for us about what you think that potential negative impact could be, and whether or not you think there are ways to mitigate it?
Okay, so a negative impact on children's rights more generally within the bill. Yes, so I think that those comments specifically relate to issues surrounding the children's hearing system and the potential for harm to be done to children's rights if mitigations aren't put in place. Now, I referred to the CREA, which amongst my list of papers I do have a copy of with me, and I think what we're saying is the purpose of a CREA is to look at whether the impacts of a new policy or law are going to be positive, negative or neutral on children's rights. And where they have the potential to be negative, that they mitigate against that. And the purpose of analysing that and identifying it is that so you can look through the mitigation. Now, the CREA that has been prepared, which is available, I do not think does enough to critically analyse what the potential negatives could be. Some of the proposals with regard to children's hearings have the potential to uphold children's rights. They have the potential to impact them negatively. There is a specific section, I think point 9 in that CREA, which talks about negative impacts, and under that it just says not applicable, which sort of leads us to feel like there's perhaps a bit of a gap there. I'd say that one of the obvious examples is with regard to the children's attendance at the hearing, which might be something that we touch on in more detail later, but we think that taking away the obligation for the child to attend in the format that it currently is does potentially pose significant issues with interference with Article 6 rights under ECHR or Article 40 rights under UNCRC. If the child's views are missing from that, or, for example, if the hearing are considering offence grounds or the potential deprivation of liberty, and there's just not the critical analysis of those scenarios that we find in the CREA, and also the sufficient mitigation to protect and make sure that children's rights are properly protected in those scenarios as well.
Do you think that there needs to be an amendment in that area, both to the legislation and presumably something on the record about the omission in the CREA?
Yes, I would say so. I think that going forward, there would be a benefit of further acknowledgement around some of these children's rights issues that I've raised. And in terms of the child's attendance at the hearing, yes, I think that there should be an amendment to that, and I actually think that the promise we're in agreement with that as well. But alongside that, I do think that there needs to be meaningfully and robust resourced plans and guidance in place about how children's rights will be heard if there's going to be situations where they are not in attendance.
I think earlier Sheriff Mackey made the point that the presumption was removed. The provision was removed, but the presumption that they would attend wasn't added in.
Yeah.
Would that resolve the problem?
I think in part that would resolve the problem in terms of the legislation, but I think behind the legislation there has to be these robust plans that are in place in order to address it in a range of complex scenarios. So I think one of the areas that we've raised where we have some concerns are around the impact it could possibly have on children with disabilities or children who are quite disengaged from professional support services as well. So guidance as to how, and this is something which could take place within the CREA, imagining these scenarios, what types of children's rights might be affected, how we could mitigate in these. So there could be more assurances there about how that will be how that will be addressed. And I think specifically there's a potential for an amendment which surrounds the situations regarding offence grounds or where the hearing is considering potential deprivation of liberty of a child in the hearings process, because we don't think that it would be rights compliant for those scenarios to involve an excusal of attendance of a child. We don't agree that those processes could be fairly heard without the presence of the child, because making a finding that offence grounds have been committed has significant impact on the child, which is different from welfare grounds, and obviously the potential for deprivation of liberty. But there are other scenarios as well that can involve quite severe interference with children's Article 8 rights as well, if they are going to be removed from the care of their parents and things like that. So there is a lot of complex scenarios that the hearings are going to be dealt with potential for infringements of rights. And I think what we would want to see before we could be supportive of provisions in the bill, even with amendments, would be a thorough consideration of some of these issues.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Does anyone else want to come in on that particular point, or will
I would again echo what is being said there. We have a particular concern about this onus to attend being removed and how that will impact certain groups of children, but in fact all groups of children. and having their voices heard, but also their right to a fair trial. I mean, that is particularly pertinent to children who have been referred on offence grounds. We already think the Children's Hearing are breaching their obligations under the UNCRC because they don't automatically provide access to a lawyer in those circumstances. And given the impact that acceptance of those charges can have on them in their future life, is effectively treated like a conviction. There are disclosure implications. That if you are now saying a child who has offence grounds doesn't even need to turn up, regardless of whether they have a lawyer, that can't happen in our view. And we have real concerns about that. But it is broader than that, but that is a specific concern of ours.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Convener, in the interest of flow and time, is it your expectation I'll move on to questions of advocacy or aftercare?
Aftercare, and
Thank
then
you.
Advocacy after Mr McLennan.
Perfect. Thank you. Just wanted to be
fine.
clear on that. A number of organisations who have submitted evidence have said in their submission that the aftercare provisions are welcome, but they could go even further. And others have raised concerns about some of the costs in that. How might the provisions be improved, and how can we make sure that they are also adequately resourced?
Happy to go first on this. We have quite a considerable concern around the aftercare provisions as they are currently drafted, while we appreciate and are supportive of the attempt to extend aftercare to a broader group of children. Primarily, we should say that no child, 16 or 17-year-old, should be, if they are without a home, if they cannot live in a family environment for whatever reason, they should be in a care placement and fully supported on a relational basis in that setting. However, I appreciate that there are some situations where that isn't appropriate or is not desired by the child, but we should remember at the outset that aftercare is really a safety net, and particularly for 16 and 17-year-olds, that should not be the primary focus. Here, what the bill is attempting to do is to, as I say, extend the reach of aftercare to children who have not been looked after on their 16th birthday, as it currently is, and they should have access. But the access that is being mooted in this bill is to discretionary aftercare, and that is quite significant. And I appreciate we're short on time, but if I could maybe take you through a case example of how that might work and what the impact of these changes are, as opposed to extending the mandatory cover. So currently you might have a 15-year-old who has been taken off their CSO. There's an attempt to reconcile with their family and to go and live at home. That doesn't work, and at the age of 16, 17, they are not able to live in the family home. And then what happens? Presently, there is no right to aftercare at all. What would happen there is that child would, if they didn't want to be in the care system, would simply go into the homelessness system, the adult homelessness system, and be placed in adult temporary accommodation, where the needs assessment for the suitability of that accommodation is very different to that which it would be if it was a placement under aftercare or support provided through aftercare. Now, a 16-year-old, a child who had been on a CSO and again had been reconciled with their family but had been on that CSO at the age of 16, if that reconciliation did not work out, they would be entitled to aftercare. That is mandatory aftercare at that point, and that means that the local authority must do a pathways assessment. They must consider all the needs of that child, so needs in terms of accommodation, but needs in terms of their health, their mental health, their educational needs, their employment needs, and that assessment will be done, and then they will have an aftercare worker who should be supporting them to make that transition, to have them in an accommodation which is suitable for all those needs, and they are then supported through that process. They are also entitled to financial help through the Children and Families social work through Section 30, which there's also been amendments proposed here on that. So that's mandatory aftercare. What is proposed now is that if you're 15 and a half, you're not on your CSO anymore, you go home, that reconciliation doesn't work, you are then out, you can request. So it's not mandatory for the local authority to conduct a pathways assessment. You can request that that assessment is carried out. So for a start, you need to know that that's something that you can do and that that support is available to you. And I would query how, given the very inconsistent implementation of the current aftercare system, how that would come about, and that needs to be given a lot of thought. That a needs assessment would happen, but the needs that are being assessed in that situation are eligible needs. And that, according to section 29(2), I think it is, are needs that cannot be met through other means, effectively. So what we see, whether this is how it's supposed to work, but what we see in practice is that child, we request the pathways assessment, that assessment does happen. They are allocated a pathways worker, so that is all positive and better than what is currently happening. But in general, that the needs in relation to accommodation, for instance, can be met through the homelessness system. So that support worker, that aftercare worker will support them to make an application to the homeless system, and they are then into the adult homelessness system, they are in adult homelessness temporary accommodation, and the needs being considered there are not the broad range of needs that would be considered under the aftercare system. So for these changes, which we support extending, but for these changes to be effective, all 16 and 17-year-olds need to access the mandatory aftercare regime, and that's where we have a difficulty with it.
Thank you. That's really detailed, but helps to kind of clarify where we could amend the bill to improve that. Do others have a view on Claire?
Yeah, I mean, I think in principle, we would really support this aspect of the bill, because I think what it is attempting to do is really respond to some of the challenges and some of the feedback that government has had from the sector and from children and young people about aftercare provisions, so that they felt that this sense that you had to be on your 16th or after your 16th birthday, that you had to be a care leaver, was a really arbitrary one point in time. And actually there was lots of young people who were missing out who had been in care for a significant period of time. So I think it is an attempt to remedy the inequity, as Katie's saying, the number, to try and increase the number of people who are accessing aftercare. Mm-hmm. Just to come back to your concern, which is a very real concern, is that because we want to make sure that we prioritise the children and young people who need this most, but it does open up eligibility. We were one of the organisations that said there needed to be an assessment, assessment of need. That assessment of need, which is good, it will be done by specialists, probably within social work. But I think they have real concerns about the impact that it's going to have on them in terms of resources. Yeah. This might be children and young people who they have not known for a while, so the work that's involved in getting to know these young people is more significant. But actually just the general concern that the costings that have been put in are based on assessments for the children here and are outdated. And I think they have a real legitimate concern about whether we have got the right resources and finance. And just one other thing to come back to what Katie was saying as well, was that that's not the only cost. So even when we're saying, it's a steady cost, we at least need to know that we've got a communication strategy that still lets children and young people know what their rights are, that they understand those rights. I think there are other costs that we need to take into account here.
Do you get the sense that any sort of preparatory work has been done by the government and the sector to scale up, even if the system envisaged in the bill, which albeit isn't mandatory and is falls short in the way that you've just described, do you get the sense they've done the work to at least bring up the capacity to deliver what the bill is proposing?
I mean, I think we can't deny that there has been some focus, and there's organisations like staff who have been consistently advocating for children and young people, advocating with local authorities for them. And I think that's the very reason that you've actually got this part of the bill coming through, is because of these organisations advocating really strongly for children and young people. So I think it is, but we are still come back to, we're working in a context where some of the things, you've mentioned this at the first panel, some of the things that are fundamental for our care leavers, things like housing, we've got so many local authorities that have announced a housing crisis. So it's the context that we're working in as well.
And when you made the comment a moment ago, and correct me if I'm putting different words in your mouth, where I think you said some of the costings were unrealistic, what would be more realistic?
I think, and you'll hear this from Social Work Scotland, if they have got the primary responsibility for doing the assessment, then what they would want is a negotiation around what those costings could look like. So, for example, and apologies, I'm reiterating, but it's the important point is it's based on, I think the financial memorandum is based on costings around an assessment for the children's hearing. It's not necessarily the same thing. And, you know, some of the numbers that we're using are not up to, they're not up-to-date numbers, so there is a question about how accurate that is.
Thank you, that's appreciated. Does any of the panel members want to come in on that before I move on to one final question on aftercare?
I would just say that I'm in agreement, and I think that a lot of the points that we would have made have been covered.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Much appreciated. In the Law Society's response, Maria Galli, you noted that no consideration has been given to persons who have been adopted, children subject to voluntary supervision and support measures under the Children's Act, and children from outside Scottish jurisdiction who've been placed in care elsewhere in an English care order. Can you say a bit more about that, and is it your view that the aftercare provision should there be specific provision in the bill for those particular people?
Yes, certainly. Thank you. The concern that we had was that when we looked at the financial memorandum and the proposals, and bearing in mind everything that's already been said by your other panellists around the scoping and the cost-benefit analysis and all of the financial implications for what implementation will look like, we started to unpick, but who are the groups of children, and more importantly, perhaps in relation to aftercare, who are the groups of 16, 17 and then over 18-year-olds who will be entitled to these rights, rightly so, which is great. But how much is that going to cost, and are there any groups who are missing? And we identified that potentially people will not know whether or not they are care experienced if we do have that common definition, and I know that's in dispute as well. So there's a real concern that there could be many, many more people who would be entitled to rights under these under the new provisions, and as we say, rightly so, but who will not either be aware they're entitled to do them, or there will be simply insufficient resources to meet those needs.
Thank you. And do you think that this is, I think someone else will probably ask some questions on definitions, but do you think that there's a need to amend the legislation in that respect, and or is it more about guidance and communication about who is covered?
Absolutely. If the intention is to ensure that everyone who has had experience of care under any circumstances, and the definitions are wide, as Fraser was talking about earlier, absolutely. Whether or not that's contained within guidance, whether or not it's contained as many other things are just now, and the local authorities and the public authorities generally are providing services with very clear understandings of who falls within their umbrella. But as Katie indicated earlier, in reality, many children fall between the gaps, and young people, particularly 16, 17-year-olds, as we've said. And if they don't know what they're right, they don't know what they don't know. So if they don't know that they have these new rights, or indeed that they were even care experienced, so children and young people and then adults who perhaps were adopted might not appreciate that they too, like children in kinship care, might not, I lived with my granny, they might not appreciate that they too would be entitled to the same rights, protections and supports that are being offered here. So I think that there needs to be an analysis that can be done. That should have been identified, in my view, in the CREA, quite simply to identify who are the people whose rights are most at risk, and how do we mitigate for any risks of those rights. And another thing that, just if you don't mind, if I mention in relation to the earlier questions, in terms of doing that children's rights impact assessment, there needs to be a greater understanding, I think, about adult human rights generally, but also children's human rights, obviously. And it's all very well to talk about within the scope of the UNCRC, but many of the people who will benefit from these new provisions and who will be and who have been involved in the whole process around the promise will be over 18 and therefore not entitled to the protections of the UNCRC. And as Scotland moves towards further consideration of human rights implementation across the board, there will be a large number of people who potentially would not have a very clear and accessible remedy if these rights were brought into force in this way in terms of aftercare. So I think there needs to be a wider human rights impact assessment around the groups of young people who will be affected most.
Thank you. Thank you, Convener. Thank you, panel.
Thank you. Paul McLennan.
Thank you, Convener. I wanted to touch on, and I know Pam Duncan-Glancy was going to move on to this, about advocacy. I don't know if you heard this, the evidence from the last session. My previous background was 15 years as a counsellor and obviously dealt with situations with kids and obviously with care experience. And advocacy was a really, really important part of their journey, not only for them but for their families. And I suppose Section 4 of the bill kind of talks about new rights of access to care advocacy services. And I think what we're kind of seeing here is the right accesses in Section 4 would be shaped by secondary legislation. And I suppose it's just your thoughts on what that being in secondary legislation would kind of look like. And I suppose the other key thing is for me is it's almost that urban versus rural kind of discussion, because advocacy services are probably much more easier to access in urban areas as they are in rural. And when we spoke to the Sheriff in the previous one, it was also in about Section 18 of the bill, which talked about advocacy in the hearing system. And is there confusion, or what's your thoughts on that? And Claire, I'll probably come to yourself just on that point and then open it up to see if anybody else wants to come in on that one.
Yeah, so I think actually in terms of what it will look like in secondary legislation, I think you will probably speak more specifically to that. So we would just say that in general we're absolutely supportive of independent advocacy. We think that's something that is a central plank of the promise. It's particularly important for the children and young people and families that we're talking about, because they're involved in so many legal processes, that making sure their rights are upheld, that they're clear about what their entitlements are, is something that as a society I think we should be supportive of. What we should consider, I think, going forward is just 2 or 3 things that I would highlight. One is that we make sure it's not just a one-off offer to children and families, that we make sure that those offers are available throughout their care journey, because it could be not important at one point and important at another. There's an issue about, is proof required that they were care experienced for advocacy, and making that as trauma-informed and as simplistic as we can as well. And that we also just have to safeguard that what we don't go down is we don't go down a road where there's an assumption that people are asking for access to their records along with advocacy, that those are 2 separate things and we need to separate them out. And just the last thing, which I think you picked up on, Mr McClellan, and the previous panel as well, is that the existing, it's a service which is quite precariously funded at the moment and is centralised in the Central Belt. So I think if we do put this in legislation, we need to look at this as a lot of third sector organisations where the funding is year on year and can be very precarious. So if we're going to do it well, we'll need to look at that aspect of it as well.
Thanks, Claire. I don't know if anybody else wants to come in on that point.
I would just say we are also supportive of advocacy. Anything that enables a child's voice to be heard, obviously, is a positive thing. Given the remit of the organisation that I work for, we're focused very much on children, and those children generally tend to be in the children's hearing system. And so in terms, I think your question was about what should be in the regulations, how would that be? In that context, I think there has to be a real focus on when in the process advocacy comes in. A lot of the changes that are being proposed in this bill are very complex, and fully understanding the process that you are in is critical for children to be able to give their opinion and to be able to have their voice heard. So this needs, and I suppose it echoes what Sheriff Mackey was saying in terms of at the very earliest point, there should be an offer of advocacy. And also to echo what Sheriff Mackey was talking about, there also needs to be legal advocacy at some point, by which I think he was referring to lawyers, and that the training for advocacy at the moment, in fact, it's legally supported within the children's hearing system, so that the advocates know the point at which the rights breaches are significant and require a lawyer to be able to ensure that that child's rights are being upheld within that system. So I think training is key, as well as the point at which advocacy is offered to the child.
Thanks, Kate. Kate, Maria, I don't know if you want to come in. Just
Ms. Galley wants to come in.
Very briefly. And I think the other thing as well, we'll just carry on, I think we asked at the last panel, was about how do we measure the effectiveness of that advocacy? You know, how effective has that been in that process? So it's fine having access to it, but how do we measure how effective that is as well? So
we'll go to Ms. Galley first, if that's okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much again. Not to take up too much time and absolutely to echo what has already been said, particularly in relation to what Katie said there around legal advocacy, and you'll be aware that our position has always been long-standing that at the very early stage in the proceedings, given that this is a legal tribunal, given that the impact and the implications of these legal decisions that are being made often in terms of very complex needs situations for children, we don't think it's an either-or situation, absolutely not. There is a really important role for advocates. I understand your concerns around how they'll be monitored, assessed, measured, funded, everything. And I think many of your respondents have raised a number of these concerns. But I think that there has to be a greater understanding of the absolute human rights requirement for children to be able to access legal advice and representation at the right time, not as a tokenistic default position. Absolutely, there will be many children's hearings where children will not require legal representation or advice beforehand, but there will be many more where they will require both, potentially, especially in those very difficult situations. So we would invite the government to give us a much clearer understanding as to why none of these considerations have been brought forward in terms of strengthening the system with both lay and legal advocacy. Thank you.
I would just come in to say that everything that has been said, certainly something we agree with. We're very supportive of the advocacy proposals. We think that they're important for upholding children's Article 12 rights to express their views and participate, particularly in hearings and other proceedings. It's not just limited to children's hearings matters, but also in aspects of education, housing and benefits as well. Yes, to say that advocacy is an important part, but it's not a substitute for legal advice and representation. And another, which I think is something that we would all agree on, but one thing that I would raise that maybe hasn't been raised is about the availability of appropriate legal representation, and lawyers who are able to carry out legal aid work, particularly and have the sufficient experience to deal in a child's rights manner, in a child-friendly manner, and particularly in the region of housing, where there's difficulties in provisions for solicitors in that regard.
Thanks, Convener.
We'll go back on this topic to Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. I just have two small questions on this. Some have suggested in the evidence that's been submitted to us that those who are involved in delivering services should not be involved in advocacy. What is your view on that? I suppose it speaks to the question of independence.
Absolutely. Advocacy should be independent. Lay or legal needs to be independent advocacy. But beyond that, I don't have a view.
I would say, yeah, if it's going to be independent advocacy, that it needs to be. I think the other thing that children and young people are telling us as well, though, is that their existing relationships are important to them, and there might be other people who they feel can support them in those settings. Their social worker, I get that there's a conflict of interest there, but the social worker, their foster carer. So I think it's about saying this may be another relationship. So I think there's always a balance to this as well, and it's the choice that children and young people are given that, the independent advocacy should be there for them, but we don't deny the role that other people in their families or in their network may play.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yes, I totally agree with that, and I suppose it'll differ between children as to who they tend to rely on or want to speak for them, and what relationships they have, the quality of them. Yes, independent advocacy, but I think just to add that I think it's right that these measures are always publicly funded, and that's where the funding comes from, and that independence is worked out within that system.
Thank you. And finally, do the panel have a view on whether further detail on advocacy should be in regulations or on the bill, or do you think some should be left in regulations but more should be on the bill? What do you think the balance should be?
I don't have a firm view on that specifically. I do have a concern that this bill is quite a framework piece of legislation, and a lot has been left to regulations. Whether that's appropriate in the context of provision for advocacy, I don't know. But I'm concerned in terms of the level of scrutiny that a lot of provisions within this bill will get because they have been delegated to secondary legislative processes.
Are there any aspects on the advocacy stuff that you think we should put on the face of the bill?
I mean, yeah, I don't have a view on that, I'm afraid.
I don't feel informed enough.
Yeah. Okay, fair. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
We'll move to Bill Kidd.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you all for clear sort of answers, which have been very helpful to us. My question, I don't think will take you very long because it was asked in the previous group. Maria wasn't around, I don't think, watching this, but she might have been. But whatever, it's about guidance in relation to care experience. And sections 5 and 6 of the bill deal with guidance for public authorities and organisations exercising public functions in relation to care experience. Now, I did speak to the previous panel about the rights regarding privacy of care experienced people in relation to what is being proposed in the bill. And do you have concerns over how these rights might be presented and whether they can be improved on as far as the proposals in the bill are involved? Because care experienced people do have a right to their privacy about their upbringing, their development and so on, but they shouldn't be ashamed of it or anything like that. So have you any points you can make about that, please?
Yes, I could come in there. I mean, I think what you're saying is definitely very important because if we're talking about coming to a definition of care experience or putting that in legislation, framing it that way, we do have to acknowledge that this is a term which has become more widely used in attempts to use less stigmatising language, which is very important, but it is a choice and not something that everyone who's been in that situation will identify with, which is why throughout provisions on aftercare or advocacy, these all have to be opt-in services, not things which are sort of mandatory, and that privacy is respected. I guess a bit more generally on defining care experience, we've replied in a response when the Scottish Government had a consultation on that as well as within this call for evidence. But we're unclear just now as to what benefits having that overall definition might bring. I think it was touched upon in the last panel that there is going to be a definition that needs to somehow be linked to eligibility, because what we can see is that there are a lot of different supports or benefits that care experienced people can apply for, whether that is SAS bursaries, the Through Care Aftercare or Universal Credit, which of course in itself isn't a devolved matter. But these all have different criteria. So if we're going to bring in another definition, I mean, this bill itself, we've pointed out, has different criteria for accessing supports in itself. creating quite a confusing landscape, and we don't want to create unclear or false expectations for children and young people that can't be fulfilled if on one hand they fit in with the definition of care experience but then they can't get universal credit. That would be a very confusing situation, and I think it also has to be important that if a universal definition is made, that doesn't lessen entitlements that a care experience person might already have. Yes, I think that's everything I've got to say on that. Thanks.
No, that's fine.
Yes.
Thanks, Kate. Anyone else have anything they'd like to add?
Sorry, Ms Galley, you want to come in at this point?
Thank you. It was actually earlier on. Sorry about the time delay that we have here. And if you don't mind, I'll just, in connection with Ms Duncan Clancy's question that she was asking. I mean, essentially, we were very concerned that, as Katie has indicated, around the regulations and whether or not the advocacy rights should be on the face of the bill or not. Our view would be that absolutely there needs to be clear, concise, very clear lawmaking that's coherent and accessible. But our greatest concern is that there have been a number of advocacy provisions that have already been legislated for throughout the children's systems, both within private and public law proceedings. And the stark one that we've mentioned in our response and others have picked up on is, of course, within the children's hearing system in section 122, which took 9.5 years or thereby to be implemented. So from our position, it's if we're not going to implement and actually give effect to the rights that we're legislating for, then we have to give serious consideration at this stage on whether making regulations is the way to do that. Thank you for allowing me to come back on that one. In terms of the question around definition of care experience, yes, we would concur with the views expressed around potential risks to privacy rights, especially for adult care experienced people.
That's very important. Thank you. Thank you all for that. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms Burns, did you want to commit? No, that's fine. We'll go to John Mason.
Thanks very much, Convener. And onto money and profits and all that side of things. And I think, Ms Burns, your contribution on this issue was the longest, at least of what I saw. So, well, thorough, I should say thorough. So let me start with yourself. So, first of all, do we have enough data? Do we know what profits are being made? What are your general thoughts on this? Are profits always bad or whatever?
Yeah, so no, we don't have. But just to take a step back, so I think this was a question that you asked earlier on, is that I think part of the reason is this is, again, one of the key elements that came in late, that hasn't been consulted on in terms of profit. So a lot of work still to do with the sector around this to make the position clear.
Can you just expand on that? I mean, do we know why they didn't talk about it beforehand and then it suddenly appeared?
I don't know.
Is it maybe something that's come from Wales or England? Or
I do know that there's, so that there are steps afoot in Wales and in England to minimise profits. So it may be, I don't know, but it may be that that's been the driver to look at what's happening at Scotland. But it does mean that there's not been time to unpick this. I think you're absolutely, again, I would say, take a step back. I would agree with Fiona and Fraser that this is absolutely something that should be looking at. We shouldn't be profiting from children's care. I think there is an important distinction here between excessive profits and profits that are reinvested. I think we do need to look at that. So again, two other key points I'd make is that there's a lot of work here to do to understand the landscape in Scotland. What is the evidence telling us around the link between profit and outcomes? Fiona and Fraser mentioned that there is some evidence saying that that private organisations bring lower quality, but that's English-based evidence. They've got a much larger kind of independent population as well, so we'd need to really look at what the context is here in Scotland.
I mean, presumably inspections are made of all the residential facilities, yes?
Yeah.
So somebody knows somewhere which ones are good and which ones are bad.
Yes, they do, but whether that's actually been triangulated with the ownership models, I don't think we know enough about yet. So a lot of work to do around, do we have a shared understanding of what we mean by profit? Do we mean excessive profit? Do we mean profit that's been reinvested? So all of that work needs to be done. I think, but I think Celsius would be saying really important work that needs to be done. The thing that wasn't raised today that I think is really important is that we need to be really careful as well that we don't destabilise the resources that we already have, that this is done in a really planned and phased way. You know, I think we'll all know about the implications of the Care and Justice Bill in terms of secure care, a principle that everybody would accept that we shouldn't have 16 and 17-year-olds. But when you shift one part of the system really quickly, I think we've seen what the implications of are. So again, we would just say, let's really understand the sector, let's really understand what it is that worries us. You know, as Fiona said, is it, you know, venture capitalists where the money's taken out? Yeah, that should really concern us. If there's organisations where it's reinvested, is that what was concerned? Is that what concerns us? It may concern us less.
So from a practical point of view, if the research hasn't been done, should we be worried as a committee and basically say maybe that bit should be taken out of the bill? Because I think what we're going to end up saying, or what the bill plans, is that we leave it there. That gives government ministers quite a lot of power, decision-making ability once this research has been done. So how would you see that working?
I think the caveat that's in the bill is that the government will give themselves powers to act. So I think there is that you will understand this better than me, but I think there's a caveat there in saying we don't know enough, but we're giving ourselves provision to act if we feel that's necessary once we've done the work.
Okay, well, I'm coming to Ms Galley next, so I think she could probably give us the legal angle on this, because you also mentioned it in your submission that there shouldn't be profiteering.
Yeah.
Can you say, Ms Galley, about any around this, and especially whether we're giving too much power to government in the bill?
Well, our position is that it seems to us to be, one word is premature. The government is currently consulting on this very issue and on general terms, in terms of the profit issues. The Competitions and Marketing Authority have had long-standing concerns and have written numerous reports providing evidence, primarily, as Claire has said, around the English and Welsh systems. However, I mean, absolutely, the vision of the promise is that there shouldn't be profiteering from children's care. The situation in England as it is at the moment and is publicly being denounced is very much around this. It's touched in Scotland, and an example that we give is in relation to the cross-border placements generally, but specifically in relation to cross-border placements for deprivation of liberty orders that are made by the High Court in England and Wales. So we have been, concerned that if we are legislating in relation to this, then there needs to be much greater scrutiny, assessment and evidence of what we're actually concerned about, as Claire says, and where is the profit going, as the promise said originally, follow the money.
So would you recommend, sorry to interrupt you, would you recommend taking this out the bill at the moment until they've done more studying, or can we go ahead with it, do you think? I'm not sure I can answer that specifically. I think, but we are concerned. The 6th of October is the end date for this consultation around the financial implications. To allow the Scottish Government to come up with the responses to that would at least be a start. And once we know that, then it might be the next step forward. Right, well, I'll come now to either Ms Nisbet or Ms Thompson, but I mean, some of that I'm getting worried by, that the 6th of October is the close of a consultation. We have to wait for the government to respond. End of March, this Parliament finishes. Things are getting quite tight. Ms Nisbet?
I mean, I would echo and adhere to the promise view that there should not be profiteering. Beyond that, I don't have a comment. Thanks.
Ms Thompson?
I think I'm in the same position as that, and I mean, in terms of keeping this within the current bill, I think it's important that progress is made in delivering on these aspects of the promise. So I'd be reluctant to see that taken out.
Okay, fair enough. And then linked to this is the whole issue of foster caring and the idea that organisations should be charities, which is a slightly different approach. So again, maybe I'll come to you, Ms Burns. Is it sensible to have a different approach for fostering?
I think, because, as Fiona said this morning, I think it does make sense in some ways because we're dealing with independent fostering organisations, and it's a small number who aren't already charities, so it might feel like a pragmatic way to shift that. It is what they're doing in Wales as well, is that they're moving foster care onto charitable status as well, and there's quite a lot of evidence around there. So I think, I think that is a helpful way forward. I think we still, again, need to, that was consulted on in the foster care consultation, but I think, again, still a bit of work to do to understand what the implications of that are. So, for example, we've heard from some providers who are saying, well, you know, we actually may not be able to deliver in Scotland anymore if the rules get stricter for us. So we again just have to be very clear about what the implications are for us here and about any way in which it reduces capacity and destabilises as well. But that's not to say that taking profit's not important, but it's just about to say we need to fully understand how this will impact on the sector and the provision that we've got, particularly at the moment where we've got a reduction in foster carers and a reduction in provision overall.
Okay, so there's a risk there. How do we overcome that risk? By just moving very slowly? I think engaging with stakeholders, engaging with the sector. You know, so Scottish Government has consulted on whether profit in foster care is should be in the bill. You know, and I think people are agreeing that we shouldn't have profits or excessive profits. But in actual fact, it's almost the same as residential. Like, do we understand the landscape? Do we have the data around the landscape? You know, who do we think might come out of provision of providing if this is happening? So I think it's that further engagement with the sector to understand the landscape. The previous panel seemed to feel we were further on. We did actually know more about the fostering side compared to the residential side.
That may be the case because it's a smaller provision. I would suspect that we've still got some work to do to be really clear about what the implications are.
Okay, and finally, just on the kind of financial memorandum as a whole, I mean, for example, just on this specific point, on the residential services profit limitation, there's a cost for the Scottish administration in 26, 27, 27, 28, and then nothing at all after that, which surprises me a little bit, that surely it would need supervision on an ongoing basis. But what is any of your feelings about the financial memorandum? Is it, I think the previous panel said, a bit light? Is that your feeling as well?
Yeah, I think that would be that we tend to err on the side of optimism with the financial memorandum, or we don't think about things, we think about things which don't have a cost to them, like a communication strategy, which absolutely do, about telling young people about their rights and entitlements. So I think we should always assume that there's probably more cost to this than less.
Ms Galley, do you want to come in? The others are nodding, but I couldn't...
Yes, I'm nodding too. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Convener.
Ms Burns, your evidence does speak about the all costs are steady state, so you're perhaps more concerned than the previous panel that this is a bit light. You're worried about the costs associated being steady state, and this is a concern that warrants further consideration. Yeah,
it was mostly around, Convener, the point that I've just made, so I apologise for repeating myself, which is even where there feels like there's no cost, if we're going to let children, young people and families know that they have got entitlements, that they've got rights, there is money involved in that and there's resource involved in that. So even on that one bit, that even around aftercare, the financial memorandum focuses around the assessment part of it. We're saying there are other costs that need to be taken into account.
Okay, that's helpful. Willie Rennie.
I like the level-headed advice that you're giving. It's very, very, very refreshing. In terms of the private providers and the profit, from your experience, particularly Claire, from your experience, are there good providers out there that might be spooked by this proposal, in particular because there's a lack of substance behind it? For instance, there may be some that are looking to expand their good service, maybe a small level of profit they're securing, that it's a good service, and that they might decide to put things on hold until there's absolute clarity about what this all means. Is that a possibility? And have you got any evidence that that might be coming down the track?
I wouldn't have the evidence yet because I think, again, this is relatively new to people. So, but I think, is that a possibility? We would have to say yes, it is a possibility. And I think where, again, there might be some destabilising of the sector that we need to be really careful of is often the organisations who provide very bespoke specialist services to children and young people can be private organisations, and we need to be really careful that we don't take that very specialist service unnecessarily out of the system.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks.
Miles Briggs.
Convener, not good morning, good afternoon, and probably good evening for you, Maria. Thanks for joining us today. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. Firstly, in relation to the register of foster carers, and you've already touched upon that, Claire. But I wondered, I know by and large that there's been support for that, but I wondered if there was any issues you wanted to outline to committee which you might have with that.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. I think, again, we're broadly and in principle supportive of this. I think one of the things that would be helpful to be clearer from Scottish Government is what are the problems that they foresaw that they were trying to solve with the register, because we can see clear benefits to it. I think, I was looking at other responses, really strong responses from foster carers themselves who were saying this is important for us, this is about our status and our place within this service provision, which is really important. There are some, there are some potential benefits here. So potential benefits around having a national picture of foster care, about having national learning and development. There's also, I know that some people said this could help the matching process between foster carers, particularly with the numbers coming down. We're a wee bit concerned that we end up moving children and young people away from their local communities. So that's a bit that I think we need to be really careful of. And it will also improve safeguarding. I think it has potential to improve some aspects of safeguarding, but we just again need to be careful that it won't cover all aspects of safeguarding either. So it will only tell us who has been deregistered in some areas into others. I think the bit that we know needs to be, again, needs more detail, because we know this from the adoption register, is some of the data protection questions that you'll have seen in our response as well, Mr Briggs, around who holds the information, who's compelled to give the information, what's done with that information. So data protection issues, but it does have the potential to support the foster care sector.
Yeah, thanks. Does anyone else have anything to add on that? In the previous panel, I raised the issue about family group decision making, and also in relation to kinship care. And kinship care has been included in the bill, and just wondered if you had any points you want to make on that as well, just in the interest of time.
Do you want to come in?
No.
Okay, I'll just follow up and allow folks to come. So I think, I'd probably separate the two things out in terms of kinship care and family group decision making. And I think, I think there has been some disappointment about the lack of foster care, but I think lack of focus on kinship care, but I think that has to be seen in the context of other things that's been done. So the parity around payments that's been taken forward, I think was hugely important. The vision for kinship care that Scottish Government's working on, the Kinship Care Collaborative. So it's not to say that things are not happening. And I would urge the committee as well, is about saying we need to keep the threshold for legislation high. There are other things that are getting improved and things that are getting done out with legislation. On family group decision making, I probably have a slightly different view to the panel this morning. So I think there was a view that the evidence is overwhelming around that. I think we need to look more critically at that. And I think, so the evidence is saying that family group decision making works really well when we're very clear and we've got a consensus in the sector about how it's used and when it's used. And I think some of that work still needs to be done. And I think there's a real opportunity here for the committee as well. We often in Scotland, and the sector as well, not just Parliament, often wants to get things into legislation and ask the implementation questions afterwards. I think there's a real opportunity here to think about if family group decision making is something that we want to do. It's already happening in a number of local authorities, that we really ask the implementation questions now. How much this is going to cost? What will we have to de-invest in order to prioritise this? Who's the workforce that's going to deliver it? And where and when that's going to be. So I think, yes, I think it's got real potential. we're involved in doing work around supporting family group decision making at the moment, about how we're strengthening the practice, making the practice more explicit. So again, it's not that nothing's happening, but I would just urge us that we really ask the implementation questions now and not after we put it in the legislation.
That's very helpful. Maria, did you want to come in on any of that?
I wouldn't add very much more than that, other than there are a number of areas that we have expressed concern that which we see as missed opportunities, and these are two that potentially could have had more consideration. But I probably wouldn't say much more than that. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. And just finally, the promise does include a national lifelong advocacy for care experienced people. And speaking to constituents of mine, older care experienced individuals, I'm not sure where that advocacy support will be for them, because it currently doesn't exist. And for many people, I don't think they necessarily will know that this potentially gives that opportunity. Now, I know you predominantly work with children and young people in your organisations, but if we're going to have this wide definition of national lifelong advocacy, where will that support come from, do you think? Will that have to be established, given most services I know are over capacity, and we've discussed local government and CSO changes? And so I just wondered if you have any views on that and what this can mean, to go back to your point, Ms Burns, earlier, about getting these issues before legislation's passed and getting ahead of them.
Well, I was just going to start off by just to say on this issue that I mean, the remit of my office is defining legislation, and that it's until 18 or care experience up to 21, so we're not really in a position to offer anything on that.
I mean, all I would add is really what you have said in terms of, I know from working within the children's sector that advocacy services are oversubscribed as they exist at the moment. I would also say that there's potentially a difference in the way in which an advocate would work with a child and that would work with a care experienced adult. So there may well need to be consideration of different skill sets and different ways of working, I would imagine. As a lawyer working with children, we have a very child-centred specialist way of doing that, which would be different if we were dealing with an adult. So I suspect it's the same within lay advocacy as well.
Yeah. No, just put on record, because I think the government obviously put forward an apology to to forced adoption individuals, both mothers and fathers, and those children and adults now. But getting advocacy and actually accessing services for many of these people hasn't changed, even though that was put forward. So I think it's then expectation management for a lot of people as well. Okay, thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you. Good morning, panel. Thank you for coming along. I'm going to basically ask the same questions as I asked panel one regarding what I'd like to know what your views are on the single panel members and having single panel members in certain circumstances. And no matter what your opinion, I would like to know at what level the decision making is if the single person panel was to come into force. I don't know who'd like to come first.
I could come in with our position and single member panels. So in respect of this, we're not opposed to it, but we are cautious over it and the potential, as with other aspects of the hearings, amendments to interfere with children's rights. So there will be certain preliminary decisions which potentially could be decided on by a single member, but we would think that that had to be drafted in quite a narrow way to ensure fairness. We think it's very important that it would have to be decided on a case-to-case basis. So, for example, we wouldn't say that deeming or undeeming a relevant person in every case would be something capable of a single member panel, because it will depend on the aspects of the case itself. So that means that there has to be some sort of assessment that takes place, And the same with interim CSOs. There's potential for serious interference with children's rights there, including potentially imposing secure conditions. So that creates another layer of decision making. Now that role is being left with the national convener, which seems probably to be the most appropriate person. But for them, in order to make that decision, they're going to need information from the reporter's office. So there's work there that the reporter will have to do to provide the national convener with the information. There's privacy rights involved there as to what the information is shared and whether that's anonymised, which is another role. There's some resourcing issues there. It doesn't seem to have been completely ironed out. Obviously, SCRA will have an input to make on that in time as well. But yes, we can see that this could have the potential to streamline decision-making processes, and that there will be some routine decisions which could be made by a single member, but it has to be a bit more thought through and just ensuring along the way that particular children's rights are upheld.
So a cautious yes if more detail was provided?
Yes.
Okay. Does any other panel member want to?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're probably pretty aligned on that. And whilst we can see the potential benefits, we're looking at all these amendments through the lens of whether it's going to be improve things for the experience of children and ensure that their rights are being upheld. And we do have a question mark over the types of decision-making that could be left to a single panel. Again, this is an example of the detail being left to regulation. So actually, without that detail and without fully understanding the nature and scope of the decisions that could be made, it's difficult to come to a concluded view.
Okay.
At this point, Ms Galley.
Thank you again, and yes, Katie's absolutely right. We are aligned, and the society is aligned as well. We have added within our response, our primary concern is for all the same reasons as the others, but our primary concern is that this hasn't been thought through. We haven't, there is a risk to the rights of children and young people, particularly around privacy, and it's whether or not this is just one example, yet again, of why we would submit that there needs to be serious consideration given to the structure of the panel as a whole, being a legal chair and 2 lay members, and that's our position.
Okay. Claire, do you want to add anything? No. Okay. And so I guess my follow-up question would be what it was before about what your views are in remuneration of the chairs of panel members. Could you see that as a good thing or otherwise?
In relation to remuneration, I think what's provided for in the bill is the ability to remunerate panel members generally. It doesn't specifically talk about the chair or the role that's been envisaged within the hearings review, which is something like having this chairing member role. At this stage, again, we're very interested in those proposals, which aren't specifically in the bill, but they haven't been mapped out enough for us to be able to do a full children's rights assessment. But we can see that with the sort of expanded role and the complexity surrounding it, that there could be benefits to that. We think that there is a separate recommendation which is about the introduction of specialist panel members, which is separate from the chairing role. And in relation to that, we're not seeing strong evidence to suggest that that would be something which would support children's rights without further analysis or further details on what that is. In the CREA, I referred back to that, there's quite speculative information there about the positive impact that could have, but there's not been any kind of trial or pilot, and actually there could be significant cost implications in that, operational implications of that. It could create imbalance within the hearing and also further complexity, because there already are a number of specialists who are involved in children's hearings. Adding in a specialist member it could just add another layer of specialism into a situation and cause more confusion. Operational implications about resourcing of this in terms of different areas where you're going to get specialists in it might be easier to have that access to that in Edinburgh or Glasgow, but not in more rural Highland and Island settings. And generally speaking across the board with remuneration is this going to create power imbalances within the panel? And if we have two non-paid members and one paid member, one who is more qualified than the others, I think we have to think very carefully as to whether or not that model is going to work in practice and ensure fairness.
Okay. Ms. Nisbet?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it comes back to what is the purpose of remuneration in this context. If it is, remuneration of the chair, I can see if that is accompanied with specialist training, trauma-informed, understanding of human rights and children's rights, and potentially coming with it the potential for continuity of chair, etc. These are all positive. So what is the purpose and what kind of comes with being paid for that role? Specialist members, again, a bit unclear as to the purpose of them. Are they in addition to the panel? Are they the third panel member? If they're paid, does that create a power imbalance? What weight is given to their views? Who decides what sort of case needs a specialist member? I mean, there's just a lot of detail that makes it really hard to come to a conclusion as to whether this would actually benefit a child, in a hearing that's extremely vulnerable, and is it just another person they're having to explain their history and life story to? So there's probably more questions here to answer to be able to come to a view than not. But that's where we sit. Thank you.
Can I just as I totally agree with everything everybody's said. I mean, I think nobody denies that when Sheriff Mackey and his group were looking at this, what has driven them has been to try and make things better for children and families in the hearing. Like, I think they've really heard about drift and delay, about inconsistency. I think I've no doubt that's what's driving them. The reason I want to come in the remuneration thing, and I think it's in our response and it's in a number of other people's responses, this is one of the places where we're not convinced, but it has a massive cost attached to it. So I think the scrutiny that's required here to say, where does this provide additional added value or shift the system enough that equates to what we're going to have to put in to pay for it?
Okay, thank you. Okay. George Adam.
Fine, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Rose McCall.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you. Yeah, same question. And Claire, I'd like to come back on you because you mentioned implementation. And it was something in the Care and Justice when that was going through that I had real concerns about. So I guess it'll be to everybody, but from your point of view, Claire, the avenues that have been chosen by the government to make this work, to implement it, and the finance and the workforce planning, etc., are they the right avenues to achieve the outcomes that we're trying to get to?
Oh, $1 million question. I think there are some aspects here which required a change in legislation. I think we had to look at the aftercare piece. I think there was too much feedback about how that wasn't working. I do think there are other aspects that where there are other developments that are happening in the sector that sit alongside it. And I think there are some aspects where we're not convinced that it has added value or it has teeth, for want of a better word. So a good example would be the definition of care experience, I think, is providing consistency across organisations and helping other corporate parents understand what care experience means, I think is really helpful. But we're not clear what added value that's going to give to children and young people ultimately. So has it met the threshold for legislation would be my question. There's other aspects, I think, in the children's hearing where we're saying these are legal proceedings. This has to be the avenue. This level of scrutiny, this has to be the avenue for it. So I think it's a bit of a mixed picture.
Okay, that's very helpful. From a legal aspect then, is that right? Are we actually going to, with this bill, are there any unintended consequences as it proceeds? Obviously, they'll go through stages 2 and 3, there'll be amendments, etc. But can you flag up anything from a legal process that you think might be unintended consequences from the way the bill has been presented?
Possibly not beyond what I've already sort of mentioned throughout my evidence, which is unintended consequences of actual potential breaches of children's rights, especially in respect of the children's hearings. A lot of these provisions have been drafted with the hope, with the speculation that they will be beneficial. We see that they are potential for that, but also potential to undermine children's rights without further work and consideration. So that would be my concern, along with resourcing, which we've already talked about, further complexity within the landscape, and just coming back to it is undermining the rights in the UNCRC Incorporation Act without further work done on that.
Yeah, I thought that would be the answer. I thought privacy would be in there too, but basically, yeah, fine. Anyone else? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you.
We have concerns again coming back to aftercare, and the fact that we think that the changes in the bill are not doing what people think they might do, and might give comfort to decision makers within the children's hearing that a child coming off their order before 16 will then have recourse to aftercare, and that will offer a good amount of support. A child coming off their order prior to 16 still will then not be able to access continuing care, which really should be the gold standard there, where they stay in their stable, settled care placement up until the age of 21 if they so wish. So there is a concern, particularly in the way this is drafted, where the rights are not great and not comparable to other children who are 16 and 17 getting mandatory aftercare. So that is a concern. We have a general concern about the complexity of the changes being made within the children's hearing system, particularly something we've not really spoken about, the post-referral discussion, a risk of power imbalances there, what the purpose of that is, children going into that and there possibly being negotiation in relation to their grounds where they have not had advice. Particularly, we would say you would need a lawyer at that point, because it's a strange informality that's actually masking quite a formal and potentially potential for huge rights breaches at that stage. So I think because there's things that need to be thought through, and the appropriate safeguards that require to be put in need to be thought about now, and they may well have additional costs, and the implementation of all that requires to be looked at as well. There's probably other things, but that's it for now.
Well, please feel free to let me know. Yes, Ms Galley, could you got anything else to add?
Yeah, I'd just reiterate that, but I think the biggest unintended consequence that we see is a result of, in the attempt, the very valid attempt to try and declutter the landscape of care, as referred to by Fiona Duncan, what we're actually seeing is much greater exacerbated uncertainties and complexities. And it's the children and young people and the families who are most affected by that, because, as Sheriff Mackey has said, many of the provisions and the impact of those provisions, and there are insufficient answers around how they can be implemented. They're unintelligible, inaccessible, etc. So I think that those, unfortunately, are unintended consequences that will come to bear if they press on in this current format.
That's wonderful. Thank you. No more questions, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of final questions from me, just so we get it on the record. Section 3 of the bill extends the corporate parenting duties, and CELSIS have been arguing that extending that to those who have experienced more limited state involvement in their lives, for example, being in a very brief period of care as a baby, may raise some potential human rights issues and contradict the principle of minimum state intervention. Are you able just to tell us a bit more about your concerns around that, Ms Burns?
In some of the responses, I think this is in a number of the responses. So, in some ways, again, we're not quite sure why why the extension to corporate parenting has gone into the bill. Again, what problem is it trying to solve? And we do see this as quite distinct from our support for the expansion of the eligibility of aftercare. The issue around corporate parenting is that it's now saying if you've ever been looked after at any point in your life, then the local authority has to pay regard to you throughout your life as their corporate parents. So, for example, in corporate parenting plans, you would have to say how you're going to respond to the needs of this huge population of people. The example that we gave in our response, which I think a number of people have given the same example, is this could be somebody who was looked after for the first 2 years of their life, were in foster care and then adopted, you know, and someone else is taking on parental rights and responsibilities. And yet what this might do is ask corporate parents to make plans and make due regard for that group of children and young people. So I think, not quite sure what the expansion of that, what was the rationale around the expansion of that. It could be helpful. It could be helpful. We do know that there are groups of children and young people where we don't legally respond just now. So I'd say we're much clearer about what are the needs of people, lifelong needs of people who have been adopted or where there's adoption breakdown. But it's whether extending corporate parenting duties would be the lever to support that, because they would actually require very specialist services. So I think there's a number of things, but the infringement on private life and family is the one that we're concerned about, and I think there's a consensus about that in the sector as well.
Okay, thank you. And then just finally on section 14 of the bill, it looks at changes in relation to the process of establishing grounds, and this is something both Celsius and the Commissioner's Office have raised issues around the enhanced role of the reporter in the bill as well. So what could be done to ensure that the concerns that you both raised are addressed and that children's rights are upheld when establishing grounds? And can you just provide any more details or information about your concerns around the enhanced role of the reporter? Ms Thompson, if you want to start.
Yes. Yes, this is an area sort of echoing some of the things I've said about other provisions about our potential concerns. The engagement with the reporter, and I think it's been outlined in the promise submission as well, that originally what was intended was there to be the wider availability of the opportunity to request an interaction with the reporter at early stages. What is now in the bill is a mandatory offer to families and children who are involved in that process, which is different from what was suggested, and it's different to what already is happening in practice in some areas as well, which was much more of a discussion about what's my role as a reporter, and what's going to happen during the proceedings, rather than a sort of discussion which is around establishing the grounds or establishing the understanding of the children and young people. So there's resourcing issues that are there, because and I'm saying this, I was previously a children's reporter, so there's a few aspects of this bill which I know that my former colleagues will see the pressures that will put on their role and on the system to accommodate for that, which have to be properly resourced. But you might end up with a situation where you have to arrange separate meetings with different relevant people. Relevant people might not just be two parents, it could also be grandparents or foster carers. It might not be appropriate to meet with the family as a whole. There could be domestic abuse situations, which mean that there has to be separate meetings, and separate meetings with the child as well. What is the potential for there to be an infringement of rights if there is undue pressure or influence that could be not purposely put on by a reporter, but even through the process, which might seem formal? It might take away from this idea of not putting grounds to children and young people in the way that they have been done, because it might still seem formal if these are being read to them in a meeting, which is adding, again, another layer into the complexity of the process. And what has not been addressed, and I think Katie will come in with that as well, is what's the role of legal representation involved in this, especially in complex cases, because is legal representation going to come in at an earlier stage for advice in this process? Are they going to be involved in this post-referral discussion as well? I think in relation to establishing grounds, there's a process by which grounds do in some way have to be formally put to a child and to relevant people to make sure that they understand what is being said, and that somebody at some point needs to make an assessment of that understanding. Now, that could be a paid chair, as been envisaged by Sheriff Mackey. It can be through legal representation, but it doesn't seem appropriate to us that that role falls to the reporter. That's not something that the reporter does just now, but it could be akin, for example, to the role of a prosecutor. In some regards, it's a representative of the state who's bringing grounds which can contain allegations of criminal offending against a young person. So for that to be the person who then assesses whether or not those grounds are understood, those grounds are established fairly, I think that the realities of this has to be further ironed out, and with consideration to the realities of how the system functions just now, which does involve legal representation in a lot of cases where there's more complex issues.
Ms. Nisbet, on that.
Yeah, and this was the point I was alluding to when I was speaking to Ms McCall just then, that we have a real concern about this post-referral discussion. It's a mandatory discussion that the reporter who has looked at the evidence and decided there is grounds for compulsory support has drafted those grounds and the statement of facts, and then is being asked to have a discussion with all the relevant people in the child. Now, again, there's no detail about whether that discussion is all together, whether it's separately. I mean, it could, in terms of time resource, add a huge amount. And we are concerned about the imbalance of power. We're concerned about the nature of those meetings and how that might, the pressure that might be put on a child where there is no access, as far as we can see on the face of the bill, to legal representation. This could be offence grounds, and I know I always come back to that, but that is the more extreme end of the scale, where you're effectively being asked to talk to the prosecutor without any legal representation or real understanding of what that purpose of the meeting is. Now, there is the child does not have to attend that meeting, but then does that have an implication going forward? The reporter has to prepare a report that then goes forward, and they also then have to decide which route the grounds referral take. Do they go straight to the sheriff, as Kate was saying? Have everybody understand it? It's never going to be agreed it's going to the sheriff, or the numerous other routes that have been identified. And I think Scrad did a very good flow chart, which I think underlines the complexity of that decision making. Now, where a child then doesn't attend a hearing, a grounds hearing, and the only source of, potentially the only source of what that child's view is the report that the reporter has drafted off the back of a meeting, that it needs thought out, and there are numerous layers of potential right breaches going on, particularly for the child, but for others involved in the process as well. And there is a need, the process has started then, there needs to be a lawyer, there needs to be advocacy put in at that point if this is going to continue.
Okay. There's in offence grounds, there would be quite a concern about incrimination as well, because if certain if certain things were said within that context of that meeting that could, by a young person who was forward on offence grounds, they could be incriminating themselves, and that could cause evidential issues at a later stage.
Ms Burns. Nope. And just check, Ms Galley, that there's no delay in you requesting to speak before I finish.
Yes, please.
You would like to speak? Yes, over to you then.
Thank you, and I'll keep it very brief because I agree entirely with what has already been said. And I too, like Kate, was a former children's reporter, and even older than that, I was a former reporter to the Children's Panel under Old Money. And I certainly agree that there are some significant concerns around potential conflicts of interest for the reporter. The reporter is the assessor of the evidence, and as Katie said, like a prosecutor. The reporter is also the person at the midway through the process might be taking the case on behalf of the state against the child in a proof hearing, and therefore leading evidence, etc. And again, issues around potential incrimination, etc. really abound. So it's all about the human rights compatibility of introducing this new layer of decision making that would concern us.
Okay, thank you all very much for your time. That concludes our evidence on the bill today. I appreciate what you've submitted before today and the answers you've given, and the committee will now move into private session to consider its final agenda item, and I briefly suspend the meeting to allow our witnesses to leave. Thank you.